let's look at some of the matches. And we'll keep the bracket on the side here. Spoilers for who won, but I mean at this point it's been like a week and some change. It looks like there was 2 pools, which is understandable. So we'll go for pool 1 and just take a look at this, and we'll go through it and see what's up here.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh God!
I'm gone. I'm gone.
I just hope that Oro God didn't listen to Henjin's advice about pressing
Oh.
3C at round start. That does not work.
Well, it works sometimes if you know they're gonna push a button, but that's not something you do at the very first game.
Yeah, I would just
Yes.
move away safely.
And also, another Henjin example would probably be Ice Car in neutral.
So this is
Also,
9
I
in
do
Jin.
recommend.
So this set is interesting to me because I do feel like Jin has like a pretty good time in this matchup, at least in terms of contesting 9. How he deals with 9 offense, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the main thing that I'm curious about is just how
Here
like
we go, 7 versus
locked
Argard,
in
first
Orgard's
game
Jin is
of
currently.
Calamity Crusade. We are playing some nice neutral, you know, feeling each other out a little bit.
Yeah.
Argard getting staying. Very nice.
But at the moment, nothing like super crazy here.
Already.
Both of them just trying to feel each other out in neutral and get like established kind of where their ranges are at. I was like, oh, all right, this is already a bit of a fumble here. So if we back this up real quick,
Just kidding. Competition.
you'll notice for like most of this neutral, it's a lot of Orgard just playing very patiently. They're not really committing to anything. They're just using a lot of JCs in order to try to snipe out Sven from using air normals. Because Jin air buttons are actually fantastic for contesting space. Even though 9 has a lot of crazy disjoints in general. But right here, they're kind of backing off, not committing, throw out the projectile, running along with it. So they dash out of this, but they were expecting to dash block and just see a 9 normal. But Sven goes for God Hand. And Orgard kind of just doesn't react for a bit, and it's pretty late on the ball. So now we got the dash up here. Sven hasn't committed to anything at this point, so all that he can really do is hope to go for like a 4x normal. And then just catch Orgard trying to hit a button. But it looks like they're just going to maintain, they're just going to keep patient as Orgard goes for the 2A though. So now it's Jin time. He has a mirror stocked, but that's not really going to do anything. It's just the fact that he has a DP available. Orgard manages to open them up. Gets the GD, resets on the low. And forcing the burst out here early is pretty good. As Jin, I mean, let's keep it a buck. You have one of the strongest overdrives in the game, so you're kind of allowed to just chill out here. So at this point, I'm like, bet. 9's going to have an annoying ass time trying to approach me. So literally at this point, I'm just playing passively as all hell. If I were Orgard, I'd just play passive, wait for Sven to just commit to a bad approach. He has nothing stocked up whatsoever as well. So it's not like he can run up and threaten a rock out of nowhere. He has mirror up too. So, I mean, it's not really going to do much for him except for maybe seal out, like dashing out as an option. But he gets a 5A here, which I do not understand. I don't know why he went for that. Like, he just went for 5A. I think he was committing maybe to Sven teleporting and wanted to catch them falling if they did, like, if they did, like, air teleport, falling J2X. But even then, you would be better off clicking 2C here or jumping up and doing JB. I'm not really sure why they went for the 5A here. Either way, they get hit by the JA. So now it's party time, except it's not. Sven's trying to, like, stand behind, like, the mirror, like it's an Aegis reflector. But I mean, like, it's Jinny Jin. He's swiping you with a normal that's going to catch you lacking. Anyways, with this much meter in OD, he could theoretically just kill here straight up, especially with active flow. So let's see if he gets it. J214D, I think he was expecting just the... I think he was expecting only the second portion of it to hit, so he could cancel in the Ice Wave while falling. The spacing for it looked kind of set up, or like the first part rather, cancel into it. But he gets both. Has active flow, so at this point, you're just not... Again, like, missed the kill attempt here, and actually didn't have the meter to go for Ice Wave. So they would have had to add a little bit more to the combo to kill off that. But again, like, at this point, you have active flow, your opponents use burst. This is one of those things in BB that I feel like a lot of new players miss. When you're in this kind of position, you basically have like 2 main options here. You either commit hard to your offense, pop overdrive, and absolutely nuke them and spend your resources, or you recognize your ability to handle neutral, and you just kind of back off and wait for your opponent to hang themselves. So like Oreguard again is just not really committing super hard. Dashes up, sees the teleport, immediately up backs, and then just falls at the JC. And this JC is like a pretty well placed because I believe if 9 teleported up, it basically she might have gotten caught by the JC. If she didn't, Jin probably would have recovered on time just to block whatever normal came afterwards. And again, no spell stocked is the big thing, so there's no threatening of like a mix up or just some different staggered pressure perhaps with a spell. So he just seals around pretty well.
But that's
Yeah.
kind of wacky to do. So
Yeah, that's the advanced Jin stuff
yeah,
right
advanced
there.
Jin tags. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, starting off with the 9-6C.
Oh, one thing before I continue on, just to make sure stuff is updated properly. One thing before I continue on. So just a moment to make sure that the stream is updated with what's actually going on. But yeah, again, like kind of the things that we're noticing here is just Oreguard playing patiently, catching Sven, not committing super heavily in neutral because he recognizes the strength of his buttons. So you don't really have to end up doing too much. You don't have to overextend like that. So moving forward. I don't know why you just got hit by the raw god hand here. You weren't paying attention. That's really it. I don't know what to tell you. But again, just a dash jump barrier. It doesn't finish their food. That reversal is really risky. All right, so I think here Oreguard tried to go for a 2C. I think that's what their plan is and why they crouched. But they just get clipped by the anti-air. They weren't proactive enough. But this was really good. Right. Blocks the rock, which is like the layer 1 thing that you need to do. Dashes into the 5C. It whiffs and he gets the 3C punish. But then doesn't commit to anything. At this range, like, obviously, 2-2C is not going to hit or anything like that. But you can still 2-1-4B or spend it on... You can still Ice Car. Or you can spend it on EX Ice Car if you really want to. In order to confirm your hit here. Oh, hey, Jukin, what's up? I'm reviewing I'm reviewing some matches from Calamity Crusade. I'm gonna review my set with Fantis at a Boston Blue Beat Weekly. Yeah. So that's the plan for right now. Shouldn't take too long. It honestly depends on how interested I get in some of these sets. But right now we're just starting off with Oreguard and Sven, just Jid versus 9. But yeah. So again, sets up Snowflake, but doesn't really do much with it after the fact. Honestly, I feel like, okay, hold on. So Sven is starting their pressure now. But again, it's not leading to much. Hold on a second. Was that a 5? In God's name? He anti-aired with 2A? Hold on a minute here. So let's review. We have the dash. She teleports in, and she's in the startup for, I think, J2A. Or a J2X normal. And then Jin anti-airs. Yeah, no, that was just JA. I think it might have won the trade if Sven got J2A, but I'm not really sure why they ended up getting JA. Maybe their input got eaten up, or they just committed to the wrong thing, expecting Oreguard to jump. But either way, Jin 2A anti-airs. Let's see the confirm. Gets a 5C. Oreguard is just like as planned. 50 meter and overdrive. With this much health, off the right hit, he can just kill 9 straight up. I'm not gonna do it off the 2A, but yeah, now he has active flow triggered as well. So like, this is a very do or die situation if you're 9. Like, if you don't, like, if Sven gets hit at this point, like, you're freaking dead. Thankfully, Sven also has active flow, so he got the OD pretty quickly. And all right. Now I understand why Oreguard went for the burst here. This is just a momentum burst at the end of the day. But it's not a good one. Because there's Farioki set up. And 9 can easily commit to just blocking. And not doing anything in this situation. So it's just not really ideal to burst on Farioki, in my opinion. Unless you're seeing 9 commit to an action, right? Like maybe, like for example, if there's meteors and you see 9 commit to like 5C or swapping a spell, then it's like, all right, screw it. If you want to gamble it, go for it. But you're Jin and you're losing one of your, again, one of the strongest ODs in the game. Just to maintain momentum against the 9 that has full meter. It's not really wise in my opinion. But let's see what happens.
Okay, never mind. We don't.
This tournament's a lot different than practical than the pen and paper. And this is just a scramble. I don't know what to tell you. Inputting the reversal in hit stun gets the reversal stomp. Warguard jumps over properly. 9 should be dead here. This is a counter hit J2C. They fall and do 2A. Oh goodness.
Nice bait.
And the immediate burst from Sven. Maybe they were expecting that or not. They didn't really go for the bait, so I can't tell. Alright, so this should be good damage. Unless they drop it.
Kill here, no.
You get the 2A off the scramble and then they take the round, but that was pretty good in general for Orgard, despite some of the scrambles. I feel like sloppiness is just gonna I feel like is always just like a small running theme for like early sets in general. Even if you are a strong player, because sometimes you might not have gotten your warm up in or whatsoever, or you're just not feeling super comfortable yet. Like things can kind of just go wrong that you were not expecting. But yeah. Either way, though, I mean, it takes the first game, so we'll just have to see what happens in the next.
The singular like teleports into like falling JA or JC is very powerful.
All right, so for this round start, I'm honestly expecting Orgard to either dash block, up back JC, down back, or just backdash. And Sven, I think, can just 5C or jump forward here. Yeah, just decides to back up. Sven opts for the 5B, so good choice from Orgard to just play it safe, because 9 at round start has a lot of options that just kind of bully people. She's just one of those characters, like especially with Izuyoi, who can just 2-3-6x you in a lot of situations, and at round start and say, alright, great, that's a free stock or two, depending on whether or not you try to use a certain defensive option or not. Anyway. So again, Orgard just kind of playing it calmly, kind of understands that as long as they're within JC range, there's a lot of things they can do to shut out 9 from jumping. Oh, 6A? Alright, forcing the burst out of Sven is pretty good early. Because at this point, it really only takes Orgard like 2 hits to kill if they're optimized. 3 hits if there are a couple of scrambles. Alright, blocks the rock again. Then there's that 5C. Didn't get the dash up. Got counter hit for something. I'm not sure what. Alright, so this dash up 3C. Let's go over that real quick. Now, I see part of the intent, I think, was to catch Sven maybe opting for 5C or something at range, but 9 can also just opt for 3C or any for 2x normals or even maybe 4x, and that'll catch Jin out. And at the point of when Sven opted to jump, you kind of just have to react. Maybe it was even like just dash up maybe it was even dash up 2C and he just messed up the input. There's a lot of things that could have gone wrong here. Either way, forced to block. And got Snowflake. This was definitely EXDP, and they just got the wrong input here. Like, this is EXDP for free. There's no way in hell that you just do Wake Up Snowflake. So they just missed they just dropped the DP input. They get hit and die. Awfully tragic. Yeah, like the commentators also are noticing that, like, he definitely just dropped the input on DP, on EXDP. So yeah, now we're back to neutral. Orgard's just having a chill old and grand old time, but you cannot hit. Okay. So one thing here means that if you're jumping in this situation, and you're already showing that you're committing to jump forward barrier, your opponent's objective here is to either jail you or cross you up or catch your landing. There is no way in hell that after jumping like this, when your opponent is in neutral, that you're going to hit a button and it's not going to get stuffed out. Like, that is so much time to react to just doing nothing. And so it looked like he attempted to even 2A, and then he just gets stuffed by the 5x normal. I'm actually shocked that Sven even committed that. I think maybe... No, that makes sense. I'm half expecting Sven to just opt for, like, maybe 4A here instead, but I mean, like, hell, the 5A literally does the exact same thing, because, again, you already committed to, you already committed the barrier on landing as well. You're not gonna, like, catch somebody lacking here. Like, people are gonna react.
Yeah, I mean,
He gets stuffed for it properly. Into Farioki, but not off a knockdown, so he literally just up backs for free, and he's just kind of fine. Doesn't block the rock this time after the 3C. Gets the TP. And this is a deep run-up. This is like a uni deep run-up that you'd catch like a uni player with right here. You don't see this as often in CF unless you're trying to like TRM somebody. And because we haven't really seen much strike throw from Orgard or any TRM attempts, like we haven't gotten to that layer where like Orgard is trying to call out OSs. Like he just does like a raw 2B. Caught with the 6A crouching.
Oh, got the catch, jump catch with the 5B, but no conversion, unfortunately. And now...
And another 2B. I think this was just meant to be a 2C, because there's no way in hell you just run up 2B on a 9 like this. You got to remember that she's not going to do a down. She can't do a down teleport first. So there's no reason to do a 2B. So they think this is just a misinput 2C. And gets clipped for it on the J2A this time, instead of anti-airing 2A. It should be good damage. Yeah, next hit just kills, so we'll just see if Sven just opts to high-low or a guard at range. Oh, 6A. Reversal? Alright. So there's a couple of problems here. If this 6A hits, or if it's blocked, no matter what you do here, click RC. There is no reason to not RC this, to keep yourself safer on block, or to hit confirm. Just 6A RC 5C. Just do it. Who cares? If they block it, fantastic. You're Jin. They're still caught in your pressure. But he doesn't. And he had OD too. And Active Flow. Jin could actually, like, either kill or get very close to killing off of that hit. But now Sven gets a chance to just TPs on hit.
I like this. Aura has no fear. He'll just run in.
So he has the aura, but he has no burst. Orgard still is an active flow, but it's going to run out soon and just gets clipped off of the Crimson Raider RC. That was a fumbled bag, I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure if that delay after the RC was intentional or just a minor flub. That like caught Orgard off guard, because I think Aura was like, so Kunzite is available here after this RC, right? So if you look at this here, Aura crouches, probably expecting a 3C here, and then stand blocks because he's expecting rock. But he gets clipped by the 2B because it ended up getting delayed because Sven added this weird pause. Whether intentionally or not, it worked in throwing off Aura's fuzzy guard timing. So he just gets clipped low and dies for it.
It's too fast.
It's just like, oh man, like I don't get hit by overheads offline. Yeah, we've all heard it before. Yeah, when this game gets rolled back, I'm gonna block all of the overheads.
I'm gonna block Gala Hades. Still gets hit by Gala Hades.
That's how Changa gets carried.
Yeah, it's true. 6A does carry.
Again, doing a really good job of just noticing when Kunzite is available and blocks it accordingly. Nice roll catch off the 2A, but he didn't commit. Again, it's one of those things where, like, if you're just in... So, a BB input buffering system basically leads to a lot of hit stop OSs in general. If you are off this roll situation, there is no reason to not buffer a 5B after the fact. Because if the 2A whiffs, then you're not going to get the 5B. If she rolls forward, I'm like 90% sure the 2A would catch it either way, because Jin's 2A is fantastic for catching both roll back and roll forward because of its ginormous hitbox. So there's no reason not to like buffer into the rest here. And if you miss the roll, if they do another tech entirely, it's like whatever. Like you're just back to neutral, or is like shown to be comfortable. But again, just doesn't commit. Tried to go for this like super jump JB here. No, that's not working off of 2A. You may have a jump cancelable 2A, my friend, but that's not how the cards fall here.
Easier time blocking Hakum in 6B than I do Jin 6A. Just let it be known.
So yeah, blocks the rock and then just Sven just jumps up with the G2A. Just lets it rock. I'm not sure why Beauregard crouch blocked here. I think maybe they were expecting to I think they were maybe trying to like 2C or something, because we do see the counter hit here. But J2A hits a pretty great range for 9 in general. He just gets clipped for it. Alright, will we see a finished combo? He's a failed reset. But it's fine, because she got the hit afterwards. Beauregard just ups back after the Tanzanite. Again, alright, so at this point, Sven has only shown rock in like pretty obvious scenarios here. Like they keep stringing into it off. They keep going into it off of the same block strings. Like it's always after 3C that they go for the rock, right? So they just get clipped. Sorry. This is after this confirmed. So Beauregard, I think, is kind of tapped into this. So they just see the 3C and they just instantly like, all right, yeah, cool. I'm just stand blocking this. Like that's crazy. Because again, after 3C, 9 doesn't have any other normals that she can Gatling into like as well. And if you see that she has rock, that's the only thing she can like directly like string into afterwards. That's not like Crimson Raider or something. So this is just a free stand block here. And we caught on the double overhead. 6B whiffs, but ice. What in the hell was this? So this dude got the JA, didn't confirm. Okay, confirmed it, but went into 6B. I think this was micro dash 5B, and they just fumbled here. So we get the overdrive here, but I don't know why the fuck Beauregard went for Ice Wave Super here. That doesn't make any sense. I have no idea why they did that. They went for Ice Wave. They get hit by the EA because of course they do. I don't like UK Kaze is not anything like this input. So I don't know why they did that. I have no idea. Like we can look this up real quick. We'll double check for Jin. Because that doesn't make sense to me. How he got that input. Even with like the input buffer being like janky. Yeah. On top of that, Ice Wave is with a C button. So they just committed to Ice Wave. Which has like, okay, 2 frames of invuln, but you have Yuki Kaze. You have Ice Arrow. You have EXDP if you really want to like run the RPS. There's no reason to Ice Wave here. I'm assuming this is just a misinput of some sort. Anyway, gets caught by the J2A again from 9. Once again, a counter hit. So at this point, I think, yeah, they're just trying to like 2C, but they're just too late. Catch Sven with the Snowflake, but don't confirm properly off of it. And it is looking rough for our hero.
That's pretty much it. Like, they need 2 frames of info. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now it looks like 7's more comfortable now.
Right? Yeah. Nice block.
Right, cop of the 2B.
What Aura tried to do there was an extremely risky move.
Tanzanite, but
On its own is
I think they're prorating the combo a little too much, so they can't do Sven, so they couldn't do the high-low off of the freeze.
Oh,
The
right.
DP out. At this point, I'm shocked that Beauregard hasn't been trying to bait that out, because they've shown it a lot of times, even on hit.
Come on.
Do micro dash jump. Alright, blocks the rock again. Because again, for like the umpteenth time, they're only doing it after like a 3C or a 2C. Actually, yeah, this was 2C this time. They did double 2C into rock, so this is just a good reaction here.
Alright, nice blocks on the Crusade.
Alright, gets a counter at 5C, but not much for it. 2C. Tries to go for the restand. Again. Like, just notice, like, just properly sees it, and then just ODs it. Gets the counter at 5C, so you're dead here. Like, you're dead here off this combo. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. That was a good OD on reaction to Aura Guard. And I think an OD like that kind of puts the fear of God in the Sven, because you're like, yeah, because they've already shown that they're very good with, like, dealing with rock.
And it's plus.
Caught low on round start. That's the first time Sven went for a low on round start.
Aura doesn't have access to his.
I think Aura went for the JB here because he was expecting Sven to, like, jump up or something and wanted to air to hear him here. But honestly, yeah. Sven just doesn't commit to anything, so they're just kind of caught lacking. Then they try to hit a button because they see that Sven didn't react to their IAD. This is mad greedy. Again, like, you've shown that you're in barrier. You try to hit them with something, and now you got counter hit. Just commit to blocking or just mash straight up if you believe in yourself there. There's no reason to do this barrier and just like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Nah, just hit a button. Don't do that barrier. If you're willing to commit that. Again, for the umpteenth time, after Tanzanite, they went for the falling JB. Do something else here, because Aura has shown that they will just block high here. Go low, dash up, Crimson Raider, do some wild crap, I don't care what. But this is not working out. The barrier pushes 9 out, so they can't even continue their block string with like a low wind hit. And Aura just blocks the wind spell afterwards. But nice JA.
Okay, nice air to air. There's the ice high you want. Okay, nice.
Double TP. Spacing each other out again. Aura with the micro or with the ID JB finding his way in.
Oh my god. I don't even blame Sven for not doing anything here, because I would have instinctually just believed that the 6A hit me and that I'm getting hit right now. But you gotta react to that. Aura Guard is faster on the ball here and just goes for the 5B. But they still let, they're still at a range where 9 gets the fuzzy jump. The second hit doesn't connect. They try to delay 2B. They try to 2B, but again, because the second hit didn't vacuum them in, Sven gets a free fuzzy jump. Falls down with a J2A, which whiffs. Nice punish here. You just have to recognize whether or not you've hit somebody. Anyway, so this should be great damage. This is like 3.5 or some shit. Yeah, more than that. 4K, pretty good. Alright, another situation. Either you're committing to, like, baiting a DP or not. And I think here it would be a fine place to just dash up and then just do J2C, JC. Like, falling there off of an air dash. And I think that would be a good spacing. But they dash up and then they barrier. I don't like this. I think if you're not even committing to your opponent's wake-up option, you've already given up that space, just back up and just wait for them to try to bust out and fall down with a normal to catch them. Jin has JB and JC to do that, which is pretty effective. And even this dash-up jump isn't really great because 9 can just teleport out. But Sven doesn't. They get clipped by the J2C and stuck in block stun. And are forced to burst. So this is a pretty good situation. I don't know what the hell was going on here. This spell does, like... This super does give random stocks, but... Jin can literally just Ice Wave on reaction to this. I'm a little shocked that Orgard just didn't do it. But she gets Meteors, and Aura doesn't commit, and all of a sudden you're in the corner with Meteoroki. So that's happening, I guess. Blocks the rock for the 40th time.
Great teleport across Aura, but he should be dead here.
Gets the hit. Alright, so Sven should be dead to rights here. Yeah, and dies. It's one of those sets where, like, you can definitely tell, like, my expectations of Aura and how they play are, in general, a bit higher than that. But they took the set, so I can't talk shit. I wasn't in this bracket. But yeah.
Definitely. I feel like 7 definitely should have played around the Whiff 3C some more.
So this set is... Oh, okay, so this is Banana Can and Cold Fusion X. So I actually have never caught a set from Cold Fusion. all I know of them is that they are a 2-0, is that they are a that they are an Easy-Oi and they're TO. Yeah. So I think in general with that set, Jukin, I think in general that like Orgard's just trying to like bust out the Jin and get them online. I think that New would be alright in neutral, at least in terms of contesting space against 9. But I feel like once she's on like the back foot, I don't really see how New necessarily escapes 9 pressure without making like a bigger risk than Jin, who has several great reversals and good normals off of like jumping out of situations, and in general is less likely to just explode immediately. Like Jin has a lot more defensive mechanics he can rely on, and also still has good neutral tools there. But if I remember correctly, Aura also went like Jin for most of this bracket, so I think that was like, I think their goal has been just developing the Jin, and I mean it's coming along. There's no denying that. So it's just a matter of seeing how it deals well, because spoilers, Aura does make it pretty far in this bracket. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so this is Bananakin and CFX. I have zero clue how this matchup works. I have no idea. If I've ever seen this matchup on commentary and I started talking, it's because I'm making a lot of assumptions based on their mechanics, to be honest. And I'm just kind of just waiting to see what the players do. And a funny thing about Banana Kid is that, like, if you've been playing CF as of late, like, you've seen Banana Kid on the ranked streets. I was joking about it with some people earlier, but, like, literally, you'll see Banana Kid, like, every other day you see Banana Kid, they're up, like, 2 levels on ranked. And obviously, you know, levels don't matter on ranked and blah, 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 this and that. But it's a good signifier for how much Banana Kid has been playing on the netplay streets. So anyway.
The guy's scary.
So, okay. Here's the deal. I don't know if Kokonoe 3C at round start would beat out 236C from Izayoi. But in response to that, Izayoi does have 236B. So I'm curious to see what the round start here is, because I'm expecting just a slash into a teleport at round start. And CFX just lets Banana jump for free. There is no reason that Izayoi should be letting people go at round start. Get your stock and get out. Just do 236C. That's a fine layer 1 at round start. You've already let Bananakin go. And now it's we'll see what Bananakin has to offer here. So that makes a bit more sense. They decided to commit to round start OD, which is fine, but you could have done the same thing off of a slash teleport round start. And if the slash connected, you would have had 4 stocks and not needed to do the round start OD, which, considering that Cold Fusion is going directly into Gain Arts, that's going to be like 4 to 5 stocks, which is about the same as if you just did the slashes instead. But I guess you get Gain Arts neutral, like off rip, which is nice. But yeah, again, like, you know, you have 3 stocks at round start. I mean, it's still fine for an early OD because now, like, Active Flow is still available for Cold Fusion, but, like, they didn't end with EA, so it's going to take a lot more to trigger that. You're still in neutral versus Kokonoe, so let's see what happens.
This should be good.
So it's the T2A. And just gets caught by the 5C. I mean, this is just kind of standard, like, kind of staggered pressure. Just catching Cold Fusion, walking back. I think they committed to something after the walk back, which is why I just straight up hit. 5C is in mid. And now you're going to the corner, and now you have to do the Kokonoe mix. It's party time.
What's the next?
Sets a trap. I think this is pretty good. I have no idea if Kokonoe can route for Graviton here and just go for left rights. But I think the idea of just setting the trap and just checking to see what your opponent does is really great for your first set against them, because at this point you kind of get to test and see what their reactions tend to be. Do they like to mash? Do they like to DP? Do they like to do something entirely different? What options do they like to go for here? So you just kind of sit and just chill. Cold Fusion like jumps up with barrier, which is a good option here. But this block kind of sucks because Kokonoe can now decide whether or not she wants to cross under with a low. She can jump up. I guess in JA, I mean, jumping up doesn't really do much for her. But most obviously, she can just jail from here. And now you have to deal with, is she going to do a Gatling into me, falling down into a 6B? But yeah, Banana can just opts to JA and just keep Cold Fusion jailed. Not really, again, committing very hard to jumping forward. Because Kokonoe already has, like, a lot of fucked up buttons with which to just wall. Like, there's the JB right there, which would have walled out any, like, attempt of Cold Fusion to bust out with, like, a normal. But Cold Fusion just ups back and goes for the projectile, which isn't bad. Does the raw teleport. Thankfully gets behind Banana Ken, but backs off. Doesn't really want to commit. And at this point, like, 4 stocks, I would consider switching to Gain Arts and just throwing them in the corner. Like, they're already in the corner. Go for the mix here. But they're playing a lot more patiently. Nice JP on the activation, on the Graviton activation. But yeah, I mean, they're just in normal mode, I think, more than they really need to be. And, okay, I have no idea what the hell this was. This was just a raw bunker. I don't know if this was just the, like... I don't know what this was. I think this might have just straight up been, like, a... Like, I don't know. I think this might have just straight up been, like... I'm gonna catch you dashing up with something. Or what? Because they already commit to it by the time the 5B becomes active. So they either were like, okay, I'm going to whiff punish a normal coming here soon, or something the hell else. I have no idea. But either way, I mean, they get clipped with 236A. But yeah, like, I'm also confused, commentators. So yeah, again, like, this is really weird to me. And I feel like a lot of easy ways fall into this pit where, like, they feel the need where they have to hit, like, max stocks before they go into Gain Arts mode and do stuff. Which really isn't necessary at all. Like, you can easily just switch to Gain Arts, get a knockdown, mix them, and then back off into neutral. And then get a couple of stocks and do it again. But, like, Cold Fusion is just backing off a lot in situations where I feel like they don't necessarily need to. Okay, so this should... Alright.
Easy.
Given how they were playing, this should have been 236B, like 214B, something 623B. Like, this should have been forced. This should have been max stocks. But they fumbled the bag and did teleport after like 4 hits. At this point, you should have hit confirmed something. But it is what it is. They get the block 236C, so they got 5 stocks. But goddamn, Coco JB. So yeah, I mean, they're just getting clips, and now it's Coco offense. Time to guess. Graviton Oki. Left, right? Nope. Same side. Alright, good OD, but they're just fumbling offense here. Okay, I am happy that they caught the Coco 236B here, because I hate that move with all my heart. Alright, backdash. Nope. Banana Ken went for some, like, mix up into throw, and it didn't even need it.
Take the L.
Alright. Again, you don't have OD. You can round start 236C to keep Kokonoe in block stun. Hell, you can round start 236B, catch, jump start up, and then confirm into 4 stocks. But again, they just don't, which is frustrating. You can get so much more off of this. I don't know why they didn't do this here. I just don't get it. So, you basically let Izuyoi jump. And that's you should not be letting Izuyoi just jump out like this. Sorry, Kokonoe just jump out like this. It just don't make sense. Oh yeah.
The L.
At least they get Kokonoe to block a 236A. But alright, at this point, Banana Ken knows something we don't. Because they just went for another, like... Because they just went for bunker off of the teleport. So I think this is just calling out any option that like Cold Fusion would have had afterwards, because this was after the teleport and after they blocked 236C, and the teleports are still minus. But at this point, this is just a raw hit, and they caught Cold Fusion trying to jump out. If Cold Fusion just DP'd or like barriered, they would have been fine. But no, you're not. So this is a full combo now on corner Oki.
That don't need mix up. That's what mere mortals need.
Eat this mid.
Uh-oh.
No left rights needed. Again, just JB. Safe on the 2TB Oki there.
Nice block. Nice block.
Again, all that stuff.
Nice block.
Alright, so here's the thing about this OD.
I was the mix.
So, EasyOi OD regenerates stocks for EasyOi. It regenerates stocks faster if you're in normal mode compared to if you're in Gain Arts mode, which is still a good thing. But for some reason, and this like OD RPS, I mean you OD'd on like a block 2A, so there's just RPS here. Banana decides to back up. It's on down back. Gets the cross up JB, counter hit, doesn't confirm. I don't know what in Sam Hill this freaking IAD is. This is not an IAD. This is just this is jump back like air dash forward. Kokonoi could easily just dash forward if they wanted to. Banana just opts the block. But either way, you've put yourself in the corner. You're now in normal mode. You have no way of like setting up a block string into a stance change that's like necessarily safe. And Bananakin's already shown that they know that slash teleport is minus. And what's worse yet is that they did teleport forward. And Bananakin just mashed because what the hell else are you going to do there? You can mash a 2A. I mean, you can mash a 3C, I guess, if you think they're going to back teleport. But, like, you're just getting counter hit here. So now you have all these stocks, which is fantastic and all, but you're not in gain mode already. You're not in gain arts. You don't have burst yet, so now you're just going to get clipped here. And with the meter here, this is death. Like, you're just getting hit into OD like fireball. Or not. You're just dying raw for that. Burst safe, by the way.
Yeah, right? It's disgusting.
So this was just not ideal. Like, I feel like Cold Fusion, like, is playing neutral alright, but then they just don't know how to capitalize on their characters and mechanics well enough in order to put Bananakin in the ringer. Like, if I'm watching an Izayoi and I didn't see a single hover dash JA, something's going wrong there. Something wrong is happening. There is no reason that Izayoi had 5 stocks this round and I didn't see like Bananakin get hit with just like some disgusting mix.
That's fair for him. He was getting the stocks. He definitely had. He was paying attention. He saved himself a couple of times. This is.
Oh yeah, he had.
All right, again.
He definitely had. He was paying.
This is the last time I'm gonna say it.
Saved himself a couple of times.
Why the fuck are you up backing when you're Izayoi at round start against a character that has nothing that you can like? You can't counter hit straight up by doing your generic 236C. There is no reason to not just 236C here. Again, I have to emphasize this. Just 236C. It's okay. Anyway. Like, the worst that happens off of blocks 236A is that Cold Fusion just teleports back and then either backdashes or DPs the bunker. Because Bananakin's been doing that off of like slash teleport. And if you want to run the risk, it's fine. You also have OD. So you can just OD the bunker as well on reaction because it's slow as shit. And then just do stuff. So anyway, you got hit with JB. It's okay. They were dashing up on you. It's Coco JB. We'll move on from this.
Some really nice teleport outs, good ODRs.
But like again, this is like the 3rd round start where Cold Fusion does not press any advantage whatsoever and suddenly finds himself in the corner after only like a hit or two. They didn't pop the burst, which is nice. Alright, left right Oki or not. Just throws before the 2TB activation. I hate that. Bursts, so now like now you can't deal with Kokonoi stalling you out. You don't have OD. You can't just say, okay, I'll play the resource regeneration game. I'll sit back. I'll do a couple fireballs. I'll do OD, and now all of a sudden I got my stocks back. J236D into J214D. What's now? What's up now? They don't have that anymore. So you just have to. You just gotta get some stocks somehow. Gets the 5B / teleport. Cool.
And no OD either.
Got 2 stocks now. 6. And you didn't finish your combo. That
Doesn't get the
sucks.
JC.
But again, there's just like so much time being spent in. Ooh.
Doesn't get the JC.
Hold the phone here. So because they did the in-place teleport and they did the 5B, they were in range to get hit by the bunker. I think Bananakin here was once again expecting Cold Fusion to just do the back teleport and then for the 5B to whiff, so they just get stuffed by it here. But then Cold Fusion just doesn't confirm and do a good knockdown. You have near max stocks. At this point, you should definitely click Gain Arts and just mix your opponent to death. And then you don't. I don't mean to be toxic or rude here, but again, you are at advantage. You are against Kokonoe in the corner. You have not knocked her down, but screw it, you can up back mode change. Right? If you don't want to commit for fear of Kokonoe scrambling into a super fireball, or maybe a 3C or some other nonsense, that's understandable and fine, but the problem here is that you're just going for JC here. What in God's name are you getting after a JC? You're going to do a string into 236A? Cool. Just mode change and mix them. So now you put yourself in the corner against Kokonoe with 93 meter and OD. Any hit here leads to your death if they should they choose to spend the resources. 3C hits, that's lucky. I'm not gonna lie. They didn't get the second hit off of 3C. You were dead off. Like, you're dead off this. Bunker is blocked. I have no idea why reversal 6B was the choice, but fuck it, man. You got the counter hit. Like, who am I to judge? Also, when did they mode change here? Right, they did up back and then they did mode change in the corner. Anyway. So gets the counter at 6B, no follow-up, sadly. And that's just an awkward hit. I don't know what to do here. But you're dead. You're just dead. There's nothing you can do about this. Like, Coco's not spending OD here. You're just dying.
That looked like fun. I'm
Don't
sorry,
pick
that
up
looked-
Kokuna. Don't you dare.
Like,
Don't you dare.
it looked
this is just not ideal.
I don't need to.
Round start. What have I said before? Like, it doesn't need to be said again. And now Bananakin's just playing patiently, just waiting for Cold Fusion to do something. This is tragic. That's the first DP that Cold Fusion opted for, by the way. And I have no idea if Bananakin intended for this, but they spaced the 6B so well that they got hit 6B off a DP attempt. And they just get this full confirm. So this is going to be like 3K into stuff, or just 2-2B Oki. It's fine. But again, Cold Fusion is so patient. But, like, I can't even call this patience anymore. This is, like, just passivity. It's one thing to be patient, but it's another to just be caught just blocking and not doing much. They get this OD, but again, like, you have a bunker on you. So the RPS is now kind of awkward if Kokonoe decides to just down back. And even then, like yeah, you're just blocking afterwards. If they committed to the OD, then Bananakin would have jumped over it. So this is just not really ideal. They get jailed with the JB there. You might have seen them like just jump at the last second here. Now you got clipped here, but there's not a... Bananakin I don't think has like a golden taker confirmed for this. But no ice reset even. There's opt for freeze in the rocket. I think they might have just missed an RC. But yeah, I mean, they just catch Cold Fusion falling with 5A. They just jailed them. But yeah, that's unfortunate to see. So let's see. Ooh, okay, so this is Rugia and Aerith. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, I don't like.
So this is... I have no idea who Rugia picked here, and I have no idea who Aerith picked here, but this is... Okay, this is Mew 12 versus Hakumen. I forget where Aerith is from, and I apologize for that, but Rugia is a PNW Mew main, as far as I understand, but they also play Kokonoe and like 30 billion other characters. Like they play Lychee, Kokonoe, and they play like I feel like there's a new character that they play every other time. Anyway,
Kevin every time.
this is Mewtwo versus Hakumen. You don't see this every day.
I like that.
I like Rushia's
Russia?
Russia. Eric, please.
Look at this clown over here.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Here we
Kevin,
go.
fuck.
Not back from you. Start. Doesn't make sense.
Is,
So Aerith, as you can already tell, is really, really, really thirsty to catch a Stein with a sword normal, pop, and just cut a projectile. And Rugia's just kind of chilling out. Like they're just like, all right, like cool, dude. Like it's not like you just did like up back G2A from full screen the moment I was setting Steins or anything. And Aerith is just kind of fumbling and getting hit. Rugia's actually, oh, those are charged Steins as well. So they definitely noticed that. Messes up the counter. All right.
Right?
Yeah, the timing can be changed. And
Why in God's name are you bursting here? You are Hakumen. You have zero reason to burst early here as Hakumen. Because again, you're Hakumen. You have one of the strongest overdrives in the game. Why would you spend that resource on burst on a confirm that's not going to do more than 2k and is definitely not going to put you in the corner outside of some like cool ass routing? There's no reason to burst here. You just gave up OD as Hakumen. If I'm Rugia, I'm clapping and praising God that Aerith popped a burst here. It's just not ideal. It might have been a reaction burst. It might have, maybe they didn't realize the hit, but either way, like it's not ideal to do that.
to count Steins and everything. So
Yeah.
Now they're in the corner, I guess. That is the craziest scramble I've seen.
what kind of interaction was that?
And just a lot of RPS. I mean, you're Hakumen on defense. You get the pop drive. Like,
No.
who can blame you for
Using
doing
the
what you
Agi
do?
to stall and then hit him with the
But again, just a lot of J2As in general from Aerith. Not a lot of JCs to try to come and contest space against Rugia. Alright. Gets to confirm here. It's a decent knockdown. Sends the Steins out. Aerith kind of just deals with it fine.
Even without cutting things, it's very strong. It's a huge.
And again, like, we're seeing a lot of Aerith, like, just try to kind of bulldoze in. Like, there's a lot of J2As, and then they just try to, like, air dash in. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't opt to just down back and just 2C and cut a charged Stein. Because Rugia's opting for them because Aerith is just chilling at full screen briefly. So now it's kind of the onus falls on Aerith to either build up the meter, because again, you get meter off your cuts, or maybe just punish a Stein set with a Summer's Win with just Wave Super. That doesn't really happen. Like Aerith just kind of tries to jump in. This is really good J2A here.
Even without cutting things.
This is super good. They just back up. I think they intended on catching the Stein. Rugia kind of just like goes in, which at this rate they have no reason to do so. Hakumen already has nearly like full stars. Like nothing really is gained or lost if they get the cut here. But because you decided to go in, you're now getting hit by a Hakumen with nearly full stars. They just DP out. They don't care. Because there's no OD. Hakumen probably would have done like 5k off a good hit, but like who cares? In this situation, it's kind of messed up. I hate it a lot. Where like Rugia just uses the Steins to delay their landing, and because it's hard to tell when the Steins are going to come out, you can't really cut them as well. But I'm not sure what Aerith committed to here, because like if you look, they tried to like back up in order to block, but then they get caught by some random Stein. So I don't know what happened there, but that looked kind of tragic. But now you're Hakumen 70% down, so you can't really threaten like a reversal OD early. But it'll be available by like the middle of this round. Hakumen has a lot of health to work with. Good cut on the turret destruction. It's like 214D or whatever. There's a good cut here. Rugia falls into it. Aerith gets a Hotaru into an air dash. I don't know what this confirm was going to be, but it looked super sick, and I'm sad that it dropped. But yeah, again, like, Aerith is just showing that they're like, alright, cool, I'm just going to, like, go for some cuts on these Steins, and I'm going to air dash in. But the air dashes are at this, like, specific, like, timing. It'll be, like, after a couple of, like, whiffed air normals, and then they'll air dash in and just fall into, like, a normal from Rushia. Anyway, alright, let's talk about this Oki.
No, he's probably gonna do like
This Oki's fucked up. There's nothing more that I can say here.
wake up
So you see how they go for, like, the 3C?
scumbag.
Godslayer Blade, Snine Set Blade here. If Aerith did any delay tech, they would have gotten clipped by this. And then either a Stein would have hit them, or the Stein would have whiffed, and it still would have been Rugia's turn. You just have to E-tech when you recognize this. Like, you just have to do that. That set play is really strong. But then they try to up back afterwards, where Stein was just set. You are now getting jailed, and you have to eat 6B versus 2B. Thankfully, they guess right.
He would never do something like
I don't know if that was an instant overhead attempt, but that just was just not ideal. It just whiffed. Aerith just didn't punish it. That's tragic. I would have expected it to hit, and I think Aerith did too.
he would never do something like that.
Because now they're just blocking. And they try to counter, but then the counter whiffs.
Okay, so
Tragic.
2D from
But now reversal OD is available, and now, like, if Rugia makes a mistake, it could be really bad. But it looks like Aerith is going to be forced to burst here based on their habits shown from the earlier round. Because this is a super... Oh, Yukikaze? That was good. Now, I forget if it's raw Yukikaze or OT Yukikaze, but... Where's the 623A into, like, a knockdown here? If that's the case. I forget. So I'm going to take the benefit of the doubt. But also fatal countered. So it was the knockdown. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm a little mean. But yeah. Alright, so they get it. Aerith just jumps up and goes for laser super. I don't really agree with this, but I think maybe if Aerith had input some other normal to catch them, it would have made sense. But you didn't really see Aerith commit. So I would just expect Aerith to kind of maybe super jump and then block or try to air throw, or maybe just honestly count. Honestly, now that I think about it, actually, this is like a raw. Yeah, they tried to yeah. So if you didn't notice, right here, Aerith tried the 2C Rugia's landing, but they could have just held 5D and then procced it in order to get the invuln and then special cancel and kind of just do whatever if they wanted to, really. Which didn't end up happening, but, you know, screw it, I guess. It's fine, but, like, that's not an ideal situation for Rugia, and they kind of just got away with a not ideal situation. First he just catches Rugia trying to jump. Alright, here's the OD. You see the air dash. Do you A, catch up with Enma? Do you B, 5C and try to catch them? Or do you C, Yanagi? Or D, do nothing? You 5A instead and whiff. That is tragic. That sucks. I understand the decision, but you already saw the, like... But at this point... Okay, no, that makes sense. That's actually fair. That's a fair decision. I thought the OD flash was on the... was during the air dash, but yeah, the 5A there made sense. Just didn't work out. But yeah, this is a full OD timer. There is no Stein set that Mew should be able to get away with. Like, I feel like any of this should just be... I feel like Hakumen should just be sitting there and just waiting, praying for, like, a Stein set and just immediately doing a wave super and dashing up. Who cares if it's blocked? You're in OD. You're already gaining a bunch of meter. You're going to have enough for a Yukikaze in a second. Hell, you could even Yukikaze a projectile if you really wanted to. Off of, like, a Stein-like shot. Who cares? The Yanagi... I don't know what happened here. The Yanagi, which makes sense. What the fuck is this DP? I don't know if Rugia wanted the DP here. But it doesn't work out. Now, does Aerith try to bait the burst, and does Rugia burst despite having a roundup and active flow, or nah? They're dead if they get hit, so I guess if they want to, like, run the gambit. The J2A hits, the 5B whiffs, a tragedy's befallen, a DPRC is on its way. And now you're blocking. But it's Hakumen with full meter. You should Yukikaze here. But the Yukikaze never came. You should totally Yukikaze the turret that's coming towards you, but it doesn't happen. Now you're blocking again. Do you counter assault? What option here does New have that doesn't lose to counter assault after 5C? They either 5C and just block, or they 5C cancel into literally anything and just probably get 5C and just block or 5C jump cancel, but we haven't seen a 5C jump cancel from Rugia. They're probably going to do a Stein set after this, or a 6C. Speaking of which. Yanagi, though, are you going to get hit? Oh! That is not expected. Yikes. And that's why Yukikaze there instead. We'd still get thrown by it, but I think it'd be a better position.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Eric.
That was kind of funny.
Your cards don't work. I say 2.
But yeah, let's take an Hakumen. I mean, I have no idea how Susanoo would deal with this matchup.
He would have been an excellent spot
Yeah.
at the minimum. But it's okay.
But
It's okay. That was
definitely-
game 1.
Yeah, it's game 1. Russia is definitely playing around the JC, J2C.
Yes.
Using the Stein's backdashing, because obviously in this version 5D is jump cancelable, so...
Yeah,
Oh no! Do we not see the rest of the set?
fine.
What
This should've
version?
been a
Okay, we
tournament.
do. Thank God. I would
And
love to see how
81
Aerith
people watching?
adapts.
Yo, that's kind of funny.
It's my time to shine. Nah. Like, okay. Damn. Okay, now it's working. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
it's angry Aerith.
wait, so Aerith changed color. I guess he crashed the game to change
We
color.
went for the Asuka color.
The color changing tech. I like it. I like it. Oh, Aerith actually playing a bit more back instead of.
So yeah, now, like, Aerith is just committing to kind of up backing and just trying to gain a bunch of stuff. But I don't know why they don't just raw counter it. I feel like that's kind of easier to deal with than trying to, like, aim for a cut. Like, you can just get the counter. I mean, it's not going to get you anything, but you're just stalling at that point in order to gain stars. And at that point, you're just gaining advantage over Mew, who is just dashing all over the place and is a low health character. Like, can you imagine being Mew and you're like, all right, I have now successfully zoned out the Hakumen. The Hakumen is now approaching and has full meter. Fuck. Like, that would be a dangerous situation. Hey, Smoothie, what's up? But yeah, like, that's just... I feel like there's no reason really for Hakumen to, like, approach, especially when Rugia just hasn't shown that they're willing to commit to going into the mid-range. Like, the most they've done is, like, an air dash in. Sorry. At full screen, Rugia hasn't shown a willingness to approach, but, like, at mid-range, like, Rugia air dashes in, I guess. So that's something, but at full screen, why not just build meter and just chill out? There's no reason to go in, like, immediately. You have mad health to work with as well. You're kind of just chilling out.
Oh.
And this is the first time where we actually, funny enough, see Rugia jump in. I hope you barriered this. Thank God you landed. Gets clipped low, though. Nice 2D.
Nice 2D that time. Actually manages to get it.
That's the first counter. That's like the first successful counter they had, like, all set. Which is arguably just a lot of luck of the draw. I love this JC, and it is a damn shame that it whiffed. This JC makes so much sense to me. Like, you've seen it, like, multiple times throughout this set where Rugia just kind of, like, super jumps in the corner and then sets a bunch of Steins or does a bunch of stuff trying to delay their landing and, like, catch out this weird thing going on here. Like, at that point, like, I'm going, like, actually, screw you. Like, the super jump JC here makes sense. You could also super jump in Hotaru. You have options here, and I do like this one from Aerith. It doesn't work out, but it's a good option in my opinion. They fall and get hit by a Stein. That sucks.
The JC barely off.
Oh, good that JC with a whip.
And what was this counter hit?
Barely off.
Agito whiffs. Alright, that's fine. I mean, that's just an awkward hit. That's just really unfortunate. I think up back J2A would have been better in general, but I mean, there's no way that I would have criticized this expecting a freaking that. Thankfully, the Stein ruins the combo, though. And they get hit by the 6B whiff. 6B, like, first hit whiff is so good. Catches everybody and their grandmothers. And yeah, it just kills.
That was a nice conversion, too. The only conversion I know is 5B, 5C, 6C super.
Okay.
So again, like, this is just full screen. And Rouge is committed and shown charge Steins. I think trying to go for a cut here makes sense, but it's we've seen Aerith been unable to like consistently cut on a charge Stein. So why not just sit and counter? You're not going to build the meter because it's not a successful one, but who cares? Like, you get the invincibility from countering a projectile, and now you're building meter against a Mew who is just throwing Steins out and just donating you money.
Okay.
And like again, another air dash, like kind of trying to slowly approach at a mid range, but like there's not been a lot of successful interactions there. But unlike this one, which went really well in Aerith's favor. Unfortunately, they missed the J2C. That's supposed to catch the delay tech, but they did it too high. So then they get the roll, but nice 2A. Agito counter hit. There's no stocks here. There was no follow-up to this. There was no reason to burst here. This was a bad burst. What the fuck is Hakumen gonna do off of an air hit ender? Off air hit 5C ender. This is just not wise. Doesn't track for me anyway. So now you just get a burst here, and it's like, alright, cool, you're back at full screen, but you've been chilling at full screen and winning, but it's a Hakumen with mad health and with OD available. Like, I can't undersell just how, like, absurd Hakumen is with OD available. There's a lot of pressure in this scenario. At any time, he can just pop OD and say, do you really want to do this? Because I will fucking kill you. But he doesn't. So he's just chilling out. He does another air dash. Baruchia's, like, just like walling out with J2C here. There's no reason to air dash. Maybe air dash JD, like screw it. Like maybe you'll catch a Stein or something, but it just doesn't work out. I'm just getting hit. It's a hard knockdown because it's one of the 3 normal air normals that does it. That is to say, hard knockdown on air counter hit with Mew J2C. It's Bullet JC, my JC, and Mew 12 J2C. I don't remember any other ones that do that. Shout out to those 3 characters. Except for Maya, I guess. Anyway. I'm not gonna lie. On this Oki, why not just mash drive on Wake Up? Now, I don't think they realized like what was happening here. I mean, Mew is not, you're not gonna run into Mew very often, so it's fine if you don't have the matchup experience. But if you're seeing Mew do this, like, there's either a Stein coming out here or something else. Why not mash counter on Wake Up, use the invuln, and then use that to take your turn back on defense? We've only seen one reversal throw from like Rushi in that kind of situation on the Yanagi. So I think that would have been like the wise choice here. But either way, you decided to block, and you got hit. Like, that is a good place to RPS, is like the point I'm trying to make here. Good damage, sets the Stein, yep. And again, there's that, like, whiff. Ooh, that was a good IB. We haven't seen a lot of IBs yet, actually. But yeah, that makes this, like, that special is minus on IB. Otherwise, it's +1. So, they still try to, like, take their turn after, which is fine to do. You gotta mash on plus frames and establish that. Rugia just ups backs and just goes back into neutral. Puts themselves in the corner, but thankfully just kind of sneak their way out. Now, at this point, I'm expecting Aerith to just wake up OD and say, alright, like, I'm kind of tired of you. Super won't kill here, despite the 100 meter. They got this. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. Again, see how they get the drive, they trigger it, and they invuln through it? They did 6D, though. Which is a risky normal to... That's a risky counter out of all your risky counters. Why not just 5D or 2D? Catch the Stein and then convert into a special here. Could do like, I don't know, I actually don't like do counter proc into 236B. That would be pretty cool. You have a stock so you can cancel out with 623A. But none such things occur. Now you get guard cancel OD, which is fine, but if you were gonna OD anyway, why not just wake up OD so you have the full timer? You know what I mean? Like you can OD, counter maybe, or do something after the fact. But now you only have 4 seconds as opposed to 8 off of wake up OD, and you're still stuck RPSing. That's the funny thing. They only blocked they blocked the 5B. They got the 2B canceled, but there was a Stein set. And Rugia is a fucking nutcase because they just DP'd afterwards and said, fuck you and everything you stand for. And now you're going to die. That sucks. That kind of crusher is sick. Anyway.
Yikes, and the crusher got to finish it off as well.
Yeah.
That's it for that.
They're like, boom. That's it. That's
Oh, this is Don versus Benji. I love looking at Relius play. We'll look at like... Actually, let me check to see if Don gets farther in how far Don gets in this bracket, and then we'll go from there. Alright, so Don loses to Fazama later. But we'll probably catch that on stream. I would be shocked if we didn't, so I'm going to skip ahead of this. It's Riku Sentayo. Yeah, so we got Don versus Orgard, which is also a compelling set. This will be the last set that we like look at before we go into top 8. And then I'll transition into some other stuff to kind of like watch and look at. Oh yeah.
Okay,
So this will be so I'm actually not sure why Orgard went new in this matchup. My assumption is that they've played Mioro a couple of times in other Reliuses, and that they're just strictly more comfortable playing as new against Relius.
I just keep pressing confirm, and then all of a
But
sudden Lychee changed to Ragnar.
Real talk,
Like, wait, I know they both wear
I don't
but
know
that's not
how
the same.
in God's name new deals with Relius
One has a
pressure.
scarf, one of these is not the same.
Like, that is...
No, they're the exact same.
That does not sound great to me, but
They look
if you're
the
willing to just
same,
block
they
a lot
both-
in IB and you're good at that and your mental stack doesn't like fill up very quickly, then who knows?
Okay, so damn, and she has
Oh,
the
for a time
misses.
almost took it over Cold Stars. Yeah, I'm scared. Like,
Yeah, this
person you
matchup
bumped
is
in the
not-
heads and plus R if you're interested in playing him. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I forget. Furton is a familiar name. I feel like I should know them. Oh my god. Hold on a second here.
Isn't eaten by like Ada. You haven't Ignis.
LMAO bursting on a new confirm at mid screen. That was not going to be a lot of damage. They just want the momentum here.
Ooh, that's a good start.
T2C, which is fine because now you get to play neutral as Relius and throw the doll ahead of you to eat all of the projectiles that New has.
Definitely isn't like Carl.
Yeah, it's harder for.
See, there's the immediate wheel, but Orgard. All right, here's a little tip:
It's quite hard.
don't get knowledge checked by these Reliuses. If they're doing a wheel here,
It's harder for-
just 5 AM afterwards to kill doll. If you want the doll to stay and you want Relius to spend more meter and you're willing to do that, then let it go. But like, it's good to you should show that. Don't let the Relius just like throw out wheel for free. Wheel is already kind of expensive though, so like if you think they're gonna just throw another wheel and you're just willing to block a sequence afterwards, like who cares? Fuck it. But yeah, kills the doll. But in this matchup, as I'm starting to think on it, it's really important for Orgard to be able to kill doll immediately, just for the purpose of being able to use their drive way more safely in neutral. Because otherwise you now risk like Relius throwing out Ignis and having her body block a projectile, right? And if Dawn opts to go for 2 and 4A, it costs more when it's unsummoned. So it'll take up more doll gauge. And if Aura is safe in that situation, then Dawn has spent a lot of meter on that. And Aura can kill the doll again. And then put Ignis Blue Bar at even lower amounts. So it makes sense for them to kill Ignis there, but note that that might vary character to character, depending on how you like to... That was a fucking spin. There is... That was just sick. Shit. That was just cool. I don't know why they. I would have just blocked, but you're sick. I don't know what to tell you. That was just cool. Aw, you tried to throw out 5D. Time to go to the corner or burst.
Nice one.
Good conversion.
Yeah.
That's a classic one right there.
6A, hard knockdown. Ooh, doesn't. Okay, I think I see why they did that.
Classic one right there.
So they get the hard knockdown, and then they do Tus Oki, which is just absurdly good, and you don't really have to think that hard.
Uh-oh.
They do the Tus Oki, they jump up. Now, Relius from here tends to, on this jump, tends to go for in high-low, right? And the high-low is the delay air dash JBJC and land 2B. So I think Dawn was conscious of that, and saw Orgard with like over 50 meter, thought a counter assault was coming and said, wait, Ignis still got it. So even if Orgard counter assaults, I can fall and just JB or JC. But they don't. So Dawn falls with JC, and then the counter assault comes. In theory, what they could have done if they really, really wanted to bait it was that after the JC, I think Dawn could have called for Ignis 6D and then just blocked. But Orgard is good and patient with their counter assault here in recognizing the situation. The counter assault is also relevant because it takes Ignis out of the equation.
Try to bait the counter assault.
So again, Orgard can throw a drive, but Dawn spins. Boy, do they spin. And they try to do the same thing where they do the spin into IAD,
Try to bait the counter assault.
which they take up the space, but Orgard either recognizing that or going like, holy shit, just up backs in the JB. Surprisingly whiffs. I thought that would have hit. That's just an awkward situation, and Dawn gets a BB air throw if I've ever seen one.
Try to bait the counter
So let's
assault.
look at this again in full time.
Oof.
Air throw here.
That's too
Air throw in that situation is super good because you kind of just put yourself right in front of your opponent, and then you say, okay, if they throw out a normal, they'll extend their hurt box. I'm going to just air throw them. If they don't, I mean, air throw is big either way, and most people are expecting to, like, get jailed. So the air throw there is good, in my opinion. I like doing it a lot, personally. Anyway.
You gotta love them.
You got caught by 40 at full screen. You got to watch these poses.
And another red light.
Orgard either recognizing Dawn's willingness to kind of spin in some situations or not sets the 214D up beforehand, so they can cover on the whiffed 5D, which is super good.
He will capitalize off it eventually.
So already, like, in that one round, we're seeing a lot of adaptation from Orgard and showing some matchup knowledge. So, and Dawn was obviously no slouch themselves, like spinning through drive to get it to whiff without any follow-ups, IADing in afterwards in order to take up space, using Ignis in some situations to kind of bulldoze through neutral. Hopefully we see more of that and more adaptations from Dawn, so let's see what happens here.
And it's low commitment for New to do it from full screen as well.
Orgard just playing it safe and neutral, dashes under,
Yeah.
and there it is. There it is. Like, as if on cue.
Nice cross number.
They dash up and they just wait for the spin. There's a lot of times in which you need to check to see whether your opponent is actually reacting or if they're just doing it because they think, or if they're just trying to make a read. Setting up the 214D, or rather the 236D. This is 236D. Let me look this up real quick. BBCF. I think it's 2360. I always get confused by it. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, the 236D. No, that's not 236D at all. I'm wrong. Which special is that one? I keep forgetting. Because it's not a normal. And Luminous Slave is the 214D, is G214D. No, yeah, that is 214D. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, I'm just overthinking it. Alright, cool. Using the 214D there is smart because you kind of have something like loaded up for if like Relius decides to spin, and Dawn like is now revealing himself to just be spinning raw. And so he just dashes up and says, "Wow, that's fantastic." Anyway, 5D.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
So that was super smart.
Yeah.
He just gets a full confirm. It's not a lot of damage to do, but like, screw it.
Invisible.
And again, now there's way more 2-1-4Ds all of a sudden. You didn't not see that very much in the first round.
Invisible.
But Dawn is a fucking Beyblade with the way that man decides to spin. From Beauregard dashing up, they now decide to spin. They were probably waiting for Aura to dash up and do a drive normal maybe, but either way, they get the spin to a counter hit. It is my time. I don't think there's a side switch here. Unfortunately, Aura does end up putting themselves in the corner. And again, Aura does not want to deal with wheel. Blocks it in the air and just 2As it. I think, yeah, so either Dawn was trying to input a special or a super here or something because they just get raw 5C instead, which is not what you would intend to do. You're sent at full screen now against New. Nice catch there. Cancels into dual BIOS on hit. I think they were expecting it to be on block, or they were just like, screw it, I don't care. Beauregard's just blocking the mix until they weren't. Hard knockdown, but it's blue bar Ignis, so now they're losing a lot. All right, this spin is smart. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. So we saw this situation last round where Dawn does this exact sequence. They hard knock down with 6A. They do this double jump to bait out the counter assault. But this time they do JC an input spin. They're expecting or waiting to see if Beauregard bites on the counter assault. But Aura blocks instead. But thankfully, this is Riley's motherfucking Clover. 6D. I'm still plus 13. And now, he finally gets counter-assaulted. So you have to recognize the fact that, there is a lot of counterplay just in these small situations here. Just in shit like this. On when to counter-assault against Relius here. As new. Anyway. Dawn just tries to go, air dash in with JA. It's pretty good if you're trying to catch somebody, dashing in and not, paying attention. That was a really good dash up on the glide attempt there. A lot of, that was just good. I'm not going to hold you. New's dash is pretty good, and I feel like people kind of forget that. And this whole sequence is really good from Beauregard. They recognize the 2-1-4A whiffed. I'm a little surprised that Dawn didn't do a double wheel. But screw it. That's not always the greatest thing to do. Or it just literally dashes past the glide, which is still passes the J2D, which is still solid to do if you're expecting your opponent to back up. But Aura is just nah, I'm going full speed ahead. Counter hit 5A, forces the burst out, and this is kind of the Relius classic where they'll do 2-2C or 2-1-4C after a burst to keep you in block stun. But Aura blocks and just goes, anyway, I'm just going to hit 4D. Gets a fatal. They were inputting some special for Ignis. You can see that she goes in the blue bar. Wow. Actually, no, she was already blue bar. But yeah, he tried to raw summon at full screen. No, sir. You cannot do that. Now you're just going to get hit into Legacy Edge. Or you don't. You just die anyway off of the next hit. That's fine, I guess.
So yeah, the adjustment there from Aura really made the difference, and Aura just
the set is pretty fucking good.
My opinion. Game plan, just not really trying to interact too close with the opponent, just trying to get that nice mid-range.
So anyway, if you guys have questions on certain interactions in general, feel free to put it in the chat, and I will explain best I can why I think a decision was made in a certain way. You'll definitely need to make some adjustments there. Because this again is kind of like a learning process for you guys, and also a good bit for me in terms of watching people. But yeah, so far the set is pretty freaking good.
Carnage Scissors from Ragna.
Yeah. But I think Carnage Scissors gets affected by gravity just.
Round start wheel. It would beat a round start drive.
Oh really?
Good OD on the 5C. That's really all there is to say. Ignis is back after the fact. Just goes for the unsummoned 2-1-4A into Valtus into 2-1-4C. And now it's just pressure. You just got clipped high. It is what it is. Thankfully, it wasn't a counter hit, so there's no regen here. This was interesting. I think if Dawn just canceled outright into 2-1-4C, Ignis would have started her attack in order to beat the roll here, but it did not look like Don canceled into it as quickly as they could have.
The RX's mix up.
They like waited for new to fall beforehand, so that's why Orgard's able to roll here, because normally that is not the case. You do not get to roll there for free. But they just back up, let Ignis do her thing. The beautiful part of this situation, and part of the reason why Orgard hasn't like challenged Ignis here, aside from Relius being literally right there, is the fact that Dawn finally runs out of Ignis gauge, and that is not good. Relius has a lot of cool buttons in this situation, but New is often at spaces where Relius like kind of doesn't have anything to deal with it. They're just going to be forced to block, maybe spin, I guess. So Dawn just plays patiently and gets Ignis back up to full. Now just kind of spins out. He's looking for a situation in which he can like spend the wheel. I'm not sure if he can like wheel on a 4D. Maybe why he's a little like why he hasn't opted for that like straight up. But yeah, Orgard's just scoring some good hits in neutral now. He can't burst this, by the way. This is almost 4k damage by New. That is not ideal. And again, there it is.
That was some okay damage too, especially
Luminous is set.
considering.
You just dash up, wait for the spin. That's crazy. Anyway, 5D into
She doesn't
Luminous.
have consistent high damage, but she definitely is capable of.
And this is... I think if Aura did, like, jump forward JD, then that would have worked fine in order to cancel in the super, but that super is also hella janky, so they just Legacy Edge instead. It's time for you to guess. AOD's on the JB, into Ignis, but, oh my god, that is... Okay. Alright.
Definitely squeezes out as much
Here's the
damage
thing.
as possible with the extension. Oh, tries to fire it up.
This OD doesn't do shit for you. New 13's EA is a projectile property. Ignis will guard point literally everything in this state. And I'm pretty sure that includes the EA here. And Relius can also just block. There is no RPS that you get here as New 13. You are forced to block on this OD. It achieves you nothing. You have a full timer, but this is also OD dual BIOS against Aurelius, who has full OD timer. Ignis can and will regenerate. You're getting nothing out of this. Aurelius gets to just, like, mix you now. I have no idea. What in the fuck?
Blocks?
Oh no.
They block the 6A. Sorry, they block the 2B and then counter assault. This counter assault is not good because it is dual BIOS. Ignis is not going away if you successfully counter hit Relius here in CA.
Oh no.
It's extended.
So you're just getting hit by the remainder.
Can you confirm?
Don fumbles the
no.
combo here, but Aura should have died here, basically. Like
It's extended.
that is like a 5B. It is tragic that he got 3C here. This was definitely 2C, and it just did not come out correctly. Like, that's definitely 2C into stuff that might kill.
Can you confirm? Oh no.
Either way, you get clipped by the JD. I think it's J2D there.
I feel
So
like
that
Olga
sucks.
wanted to counter assault the final hit, but in OD that continues. Oh.
Yeah, this is just good damage. Was this round start?
In OD that.
Or dashed in. Wow, that's crazy. And then clipped them with the they clipped them with 4D while Dawn was falling. That's unfortunate. They even tried to summon Ignis too. Yeah, this is the situation I was thinking about earlier. They tried to like 4D, and that looked like, yeah, that was definitely an Ignis special with that animation right there on the startup. Because otherwise Relius would have flicked his hand. So he gets clipped trying to summon Ignis for something, and Ignis now goes away with blue bar. Which doesn't really matter, because she was already, like, basically full, so whatever. Actually, that might have just been a raw summon. Because the meter wasn't spent, but I don't know. Might be like a timing thing. Either way, it spins through the 3C, but you're in Gravity Seed. Oh, that was good. That was super good movement. Oh my god. Look at this. It whips. Dawn went for spin, so he was kind of fine.
Especially in a tournament setting too.
Oh, spin, but the 6D did not connect because Ignis was too high up. Yeah, you can't backdash that. That 2 for C is so good. Caught trying to unsummon in the air against New. You fool.
Ooh.
Ooh, that was dangerous.
All right, canceling do. All right, here's the funny thing here.
Ooh.
Right,
Ooh,
Fuck, go ahead.
that was
if this dude does 6C and I beat it beforehand, actually no, New can't do anything about
Oh,
that. Never
no,
mind.
boy. Time to block.
You might be able to reversal super there, but I have no idea what happens. Do a BIOS
I was gonna say,
activation
I
off a
almost
normal
said
like
nice
that is a little weird.
I almost commentated cursed it. I almost cursed it.
All right.
1,
the
2,
okay.
3.
Wow, they were expecting. All right,
1, 2,
this was a counter assault. I don't think this was a 6B. I don't think this was a raw 6B. I think this was counter assault. And the reason why I say is that Orgar was not prepared for that to hit.
Nice. That was just a 6B immediately.
Yeah, super nice call out. That
Ooh.
And 6B has no anti-air properties whatsoever. All right, well, now you're in a situation where it's kind of guess for games here. If Warguard gets a hit, this is just going in the OD and you're dying.
Lead leg.
Speaking of which,
He's dead.
as if on cue,
Don't drop. Don't
goodbye.
Drop, please.
Pain.
Excellent.
And oh god.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead to the top 8. But now it is Barlow versus Macot. Mac or Mac OT. I have no idea what they go by. I have not seen them ever distinguish it. So I'm gonna go with Mac OT. This set should be interesting because I think Barlow's defense is pretty cracked, and Mac OT tries to go for a lot of resets in their offense. I don't think they're going to have a very easy time against Barlow, despite Valkenheim's inherent lack of defense, lack of strong defense in what's it called? Lack of strong defense in human form. Also, Barlow is a fuzzy jumper and a fucking half, as you can see. JC, no confirm there, though. Unfortunate. He gets clipped low. Dagger in the corner gets Valkenheim. Time to guess. Didn't even go into wolf form. They just bursted off of a human 2B. I don't like the burst here. If the most Valkenheim gets off of this is just some wolf gauge and a confirm, I would wait for them to swap into wolf form and then burst potentially on a on the wolf mix up if they really want to. Because there's not like, if you haven't seen Valk transform, who gives a shit?
Cannot block Valkenheim forever.
Like, they dashed up, they committed, and then they just did a 2B. Why burst here? You now don't have burst against wolf form. That's not super good. You also don't have ODs. You can't do as much stuff. Anyway. So yeah, I don't agree with this burst a ton. 1 second here. So yeah,
Catches the no tag.
burst here.
Which is not a bad thing because now Okada's not happy for the next situation.
Mako team manages to just set a graviton. Barlow burst here in kind. I don't really think this confirm was gonna lead to much, but I guess they just wanted to burst for momentum. But whatever, it is what it is. So anyway, this burst happens, and now you're dealing with wolf mix-up. And remember how I mentioned how they don't have burst anymore? This mix is why. Time to guess. Reversal fireball, but I think Barlow was prepared for that and just did the 4D. I am... Shout out to Valk throw. Yeah, you're dead off this. This is just super. Goodbye. That was a good call out on the reversal super. I'm not sure if they OS that or not, but yeah, this is good.
During the throw. Yeah, you have to use the throw and take on like Hogger's case, the Wyvern or something. But yeah, excellent play from Uncle Barlow so far. Good blocks, very patient defense. He's definitely known for this. Okay.
Oh yeah, just up again. Like
Definitely known for this.
they up back a good amount, and they're pretty damn good at it. Off of the stagger 2A, stagger just a little too long. One thing that I think Mako T should do is that, you should always just do in general for BB, is that if your opponent is fuzzy jumping a lot, just do a delay no low or threaten to or you can do stuff like most characters can just 5B and then threaten to delay like 2B to threaten them for jumping after a fuzzy jump, and then you just reset pressure off of that normal. And then you force them to guess whether or not you're going to like take your turn back. And that's really good, especially if you're like if your opponent is doing a lot of barrier and IBB, because it allows you to dash up and take up space again. But yeah, again, I'm expecting to see these upbacks more throughout the set, so if Lord Magoti does not have a response for them, Barlow's just going to keep fuzzy jumping. It's just how they play. It's not bad. 6B, it's quite good. But yeah, if you can't deal with fuzzy jump, like, you're kind of shit out of luck. Test the 2-2B, try to go for hammer. There's the fuzzy jump again! How are you going to deal with it? They're just fuzzy jumping you. Do a 2B. Coco 2B is pretty good. And he looked for the burst too. He was expecting the fuck out of that burst and then just decides to go for a high-low. No burst here, at least. Oh, never mind. That's fine. That's fine to burst there. I don't think they want to deal with Valk mix-ups after the fact. And given that Valk can, like, OS for reversals and, like, showed it against Makoti, like, I get it. Alright, gets the 2B. Can they switch sides? No, they try to reversal. And again, like, he just gets blocked. This might as well have been a fuzzy jump. Like, you see the, like, watch this. Like, this is either just a reaction or they were already fuzzy jumping. Because you see them crouch briefly. And then they just up. And block it. You see what I mean? Like, no. Switches to wolf form with 4D. And now you're going to get taken to the corner. Have fun. Oh, that mix-up was dirty. That was just dirty. Yeah, you're dead. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Next game.
Yeah, the thing is, I'll say this. Kokonoe only needs like 3 mix-ups. Valkyrie usually needs like 4 or 5.
That is one thing about Valk. He is on the lower damage side, but that's how strong his mix-up is.
But yeah, this is like, so what Tux is saying here that you might not be able to hear from the stream is basically that, like, the idea that realistically speaking, Valk needs multiple mix-ups to kill, as opposed to Kokonoe, who can reasonably kill at a more standardized rate across the cast, which is like 3-4 touches, 2 if like there's a juicy counter hit. But Lord Makoti is the type that really loves to go for a lot of resets, so they need to get a lot more hits. But they don't necessarily have the. I don't think they had the layers prepared in this matchup in particular, this player matchup in particular, to deal with Barlow's defense, which is kind of why, like, when they're on offense, they'll get a hit, and it's like, all right, nice. And like the running theme here is, and then Barlow escaped. So let's see how this proceeds.
Still extremely strong character.
Caught trying to 4D off the 2-3-6P. I mean, it is what it is. Nice counter hit here. So let's see what we got.
Matchup guide for Valkyrie earlier last week, or I think this week. So one thing about Kokonoe versus Valkyrie is that Coco makes Valk use more wolf meter than most characters to catch her with things like gravitons.
Good graviton usage again. Like you see this? They got a hit, they got alright damage, and then Barlow just down backs. He's just like, okay, that's really cool, I guess. They got clipped with the 2B. Shout out to that. See how they got clipped low? They were probably trying the fuzzy jump. This is really good information to have.
Most characters to catch her with things like gravitons.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here, because they blocked the first hit of 2B. They might not have even recognized it, funny enough. They react, and then Makoti pops the Graviton. I think this was to make himself safer. It looks like he's going to go for 2-2A or B afterward, which is pretty good. You're like basically caging in Valkenheim here with it. So that was really smart play in general. You're trapping him in, and then you're setting a Graviton and a Fireball. So you're basically saying, yeah, you're not going to move here safely. Also, there's a fireball here. I'm getting it. And then they just teleport in. But Makoti also is the, like, Kokonoe that spends their money the most. I have never seen a Kokonoe that spends Gravitons quite as much as Makoti ends up spending. But yeah. They just kind of opt for that. And now you got to deal with Kokonoe mix. And they're kind of, I think they're spending Graviton a bit more in general to keep Barlow close and to prevent them from jumping out, but they're running out of it kind of soon. Like, they have not had a chance to regenerate on it. They have now run out of gravitons as Kokonoe. Do you know how rare that occurs? Do you know how rare this is? That is not a frequent occurrence. I just want to point out how like important that is that you have a graviton available because it is so critical for Kokonoe in general. You are now getting hit and you have no graviton. Actually, getting hit without a graviton is kind of whatever. Reversal super fireball is not super dependent on you having a graviton, but still. Speaking of which, yeah, you got hit trying to do that. No. Pushed Makoti away from it too, so it didn't even have to do something like specifically safe other than that. Nice backdash, I guess, but like the 5A whiffs, there's no 5A in response. Barlow tries to 5A again to like see if Makoti does anything else. There's a good up back. I like this JB. This JB is super sick. Coco JB is so obnoxious in this situation, but you forget that Valk 5B is an easy ass anti-air to do, and it's really fucking good. It's so good. So now you just get hit. And now this has to be a wolf regen confirm. Yeah, now you have to deal with human pressure because Barlow spent a bunch of wolf gauge earlier. But that's fine. You have 100 meters, so who gives a shit? You still have to deal with like some form of high-low. Good reactions here, but again, trying to JB and gets whiff punish for JB, which is like that is not a thing you see very often. That was kind of insane.
I mean, I'm saying that is one of the best.
So yeah, and just goes for the raw throw, cancels. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead off this. You better hope to God that you kill Valkenhayn after this burst, because if you have no burst gauge going into this next round and you lose the round start interaction and Valk puts you in the corner, you are dying or you are hurting a lot. Sets the T2A, sets the graviton. It's party time! Woo! Except Barlow just blocks and counter assaults. You just spent 50 meter and a graviton for nothing. You just got counter assaulted out. You got the meter out of it, which is good, but you just, like, Barlow still gained a bunch of wolf gauge. They can just play neutral for now. That was a fucking hilarious trade. There's not more I can say for that. What's the round start here? Do you 3C in an attempt to catch Barlow? Do you back up? Do you fireball? Or do you just down back? And for Barlow, I have no idea what the fuck Valkenhayn does here. I'm assuming you just kind of back up into Wolf. You just like back. You just like walk back Wolf. And just approach from there.
But yeah.
Or 2-3-6A round start and say fuck all these like hoes. That's fine too, I guess. So remember how I was saying that like now you have no burst against the Valkenhayn, and if you lose the first round start interaction, you might be screwed over. Remember I specifically said that? What if we saw the situation right now? Hey Thantis, how's it going? I'm watching Lord Makoti die to Barlow currently. We're looking through a couple sets. I haven't gone through yours yet. This is literally like the second match of top 8 I'm looking at. I was looking at a couple of matches from pools. For Kokonoe, yeah, I can see like how, because it feels like Valkenhayn just kind of maneuvers around Kokonoe. Like my assumption is that like Valk just moves around Kokonoe in a lot of situations, but like the big thing here that I'm seeing in this set is that like Lord Makoti gets a confirm and it's like nice, then Barlow blocks it, and then either immediately transitions into offense off of a fuzzy jump or just like ends up getting a counter hit in some situation, or just returns to neutral, and then it's like LMAO, you are now Valkenhayn in neutral against Kokonoe. And I don't think Makoti is experienced with this matchup, which is understandable because Valkenhayn is a rare character, especially in delay-based netcode. But yeah. So now you're getting hit around start because of not great burst management against the Valkenhayn, who has full wolf gauge. Have fun. You're in the corner now. Guess. Whoopsie daisy! Now he popped OD so he can get full wolf gauge and continue his offense. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Now he has active flow too. He keeps, so this is the second time in which this is actually a mirror of the situation we saw earlier, right? There's a 5A. Lord Makoti backdashes. This is literally the same sequence that happened to like last round. There's a backdash. Barlow 5As again in order to catch an option that Makoti might do afterwards. Makoti up backs. He tries to fall with JB, and it gets anti-aired immediately. You have now gotten hit again. You have about one more guess depending on how much meter Barlow decides to spend because he has active flow.
Hits.
Nice
Have fun.
Wolf from 5e counter hit.
Actually, 2 more
Yeah,
guesses.
I guess we'll make
You have
it
2
happen
guesses.
too.
And that's
Okay,
it.
nice.
I'm pretty sure he'll kill on this. This should be it.
Oh, unless I'm just a liar. Yeah, he just goes for a max damage confirm. You're dead.
And that's
So
it.
yeah,
And gets his first
that's why you don't burst it towards the end of a round against a Valkenheim unless you know you're gonna fucking kill him afterwards. Because this happens, and you just kind of get owned. Yeah, I have no idea about the matchup specifics here. It's more so just like I'm more so just talking about a lot of like the layer 1-ish sort of stuff at the moment. That does sound like it's pretty neat. But yeah, he gets owned.
Barlow taking-
That sucks.
I have not because he's
Like again, that it like I have to like make this. I have to impress it upon whoever's watching this. Like, you should not have like that is not a good burst because of the way how this matchup works and the situation that can happen after the fact. It is unfortunate that he had to learn that within a 2 out of 3 set. Maybe within a 3 out of 5 set he would have had time to adjust, but like kind of noticed them getting blown up for like they're kind of the things they usually opt for, and they kind of didn't have enough prepared for the situations that occur afterwards, and they just like exploded
he
for
knows
it.
exactly
Anyway,
versus Valkenheim.
I wonder what this next set
he has
is.
a base.
1,000,000 versus Bananakin.
Yeah.
I think I'll do this,
saw
and then
off-stream
we'll look
earlier,
at
he had some
we'll look at like winners
crazy
finals or
good
losers
verse.
finals,
I've
and then
never
we'll go for
seen
the rest of
that
them.
type of movement from most other houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's super optimal. And that's
So like I don't know if you
good
caught
because
this,
he
Stantis,
cashed
but
out
they
super
basically
hard, but that's
bursted
what's
like
different.
towards the end of the round where both were under like 20%,
Because that was
and then
hard.
Barlow
He's
squeezed
not
out the
gonna
win
get
anyway,
Coconut
and
Water.
that's why they had no
Both
burst at the
very
start of that
strong
round, and
characters
they
in
were
this game
down a
are
round.
very
So it was
difficult.
just
So
tragic, really.
the investment you have to put in
But
to
yeah,
get that
Kokonoi versus
maturity,
Zama. I have no freaking clue how
is
this
very
matchup
high,
goes. I
and
think this should
yeah,
be
like,
interesting.
and here we go.
Zama is a pretty annoying opponent for Kokonoi. I feel like he's changed that some projectile involved on the B follow up, so he can like zoom around in neutral.
Yeah,
kind of
and I imagine he's gonna be trying to snipe her anytime he tries to set up a
What in?
fireball.
I am shocked they got the
Exactly.
5A off
So,
the
like,
B chain here.
if
Maybe
Kokonoi
because it was
can't get
counter
set
hit,
up, he's
but
gonna have a
Jesus
really hard
Christ.
time running this next.
All right, it's party time. 2-1 for B in order to catch the latex. 5B OD on there makes sense, but Fazama opted for the 2B and said, I'm hitting button still. So let's see what happens next. Tried the 2-1 for B again to catch the latex. Bananakin just opts for the E-Tech.
I'm not sure what Fazama went for, but 3 was not plus enough. So now you got
Yeah, now you just got caught getting jailed by Kokonoi on your
Here
landing.
we go. Gonna steal that corner.
Okay, look at that.
And now you get hit by the 6B. This is not looking super great.
Yeah.
Nice conversion.
Despite the twirl on that 6B, that is not an easy overhead to block.
Yeah, actually, if you let it twirl completely, it's plus 5.
Ooh, good block on the crush trigger, but gets clipped afterwards. Maybe they tried to fuzzy jump and got locked down with the 5A or something. Who knows? But you're dead for that now. That sucks.
All right, and then
Wasn't even necessarily a bad round
taking that one
for
back.
Vizama.
And
They
Gilmour
just
gets
kind of
his
got
burst
hit.
back too.
Yeah, so Mannequin looking really good right now.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good. I'll see you around, Thanthus. It was nice catching you. Happy New Year.
JB.
Sad I couldn't go stop by and get food with y'all.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Anyway,
Yeah, nice.
Oh, great
shout outs to
shoot
the
from
Hazamas
JB.
that do the optimal shit
Yeah,
and
nice
do
conversion
shit like
from
this.
Victor.
I
That
have
was
no
so good.
idea how they do that.
Yeah, I love watching high level Hazama play.
Yeah. And there's
Yeah,
up backing.
I'm
Again,
trying
they're
to
getting
remember
jailed, but they
myself
remembered
at
the barrier
times
there.
at least, and then-
Okay, this situation.
Hazama play.
This is a Bananakin thing. I have not seen other Kokonoes do this sequence very often, but I see Bananakin do this a lot, and it smokes me and I get mad. But
Yeah.
the Graviton is set.
I
They got jailed.
I'm
5B is blocked. They pop the Graviton, right? Or they
Watching high level.
set it to
Hazama
pop,
play.
right?
yeah, I'm trying to look
They negative edge it.
him for
They put you in block stun. Then they IAD. You think they're going to like J2C or something maybe. But no, they trigger the Graviton so that you're put in front of them again. That's how that sequence goes. They do it a lot. It's pretty cool, and I haven't seen other Kokonoes do it, but it's just one of those things where like I feel like it's just one of those like player specific things that like this one person does this thing on this character. But it's pretty neat. Fazama blocks it though, so shout outs to that.
combos at least.
They didn't call out the 236D, but I feel like it's hard to call it on reaction, like, and just mash with it. Is what it is. And Kokyo has so many frame traps, and if you get countered by a C normal, you're getting taken to the corner, and you have to deal with set play, so
Easy.
it's reasonable.
Unfortunately,
Fortunately, they got
On myself, like,
clipped
just
by
combo
a
based, and
delay
then easy.
5B.
putting the pressure
off the
on
6A,
really well
yeah,
right now.
that's
Sets the
unfortunate.
bomb up on him, making sure to get some extra pressure strings. And here we go.
Good blocks.
Goes ahead and attempts a 2C. Very smart from
Nice chain. All right. And the most important thing is that they immediately go for positioning. Gets the 2B. Didn't confirm it. Not sure if they were maybe looking for a burst or just fumbled the combo. Oh, input buffer can be pretty jank in this game, or the input system. At least for PC, currently. RC's after the 236A. It doesn't really have much to do. Wow, they opted for the C follow-up, which makes a lot of sense if they were expecting Super Fireball 2. Because the first hit of Super Fireball is actually a body property move. So you can invuln through that.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Good microdash. That was kind of deep for it, too.
Looking super clean out here.
Takes him to the corner.
Yep.
What else we got?
Really using his almost plus frame.
Interesting here. There's a lot of barrier usage from Bananakin, which makes a lot of sense, right? They bury the 2B, and then naturally Fazama cancels into 3C. After this 3C, all the Fazama has for cancel options is really just 236A. You can only special cancel after the 3C, right? So I think Bananakin is expecting the 236A. So when Fazama does this 2-1 for B, they kind of just sit still. And then, sometimes you just got hit by the high-low. A follow-up into a small confirm. It's not a lot, but, I mean, they still have full chains after this, or enough chains to work with. Opt for the 2B afterwards, but unfortunately it blue beated. So not much to work with here.
Bananakin did a really good job stealing his turn back. And, let's see.
Ooh, was not expecting that chain to hit. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, as I'm using those chains, like getting.
And he's already at 0.
If I'm Bananakin, I'm looking, I'm fiending, I'm hankering for a counter assault from Fazama right now.
Yeah.
But he's just not biting there, and Bananakin's not opting to bait it. Fazama hasn't shown it yet.
I think Fazama's trying to just
Actiflow is on deck. Actiflow is passed through for Fazama, so now their OD is probably back off this next hit. Unless Bananakin has some like crazy OD confirmed, but they go for the knockdown, wake up OD, makes sense. Ooh, that was tragic.
Yeah, the captain corridor.
They chain out, they get the J2C here, and they get the 5C, but they get the 4D instead. I think they might have fumbled on. I think they either wanted to mix up afterwards, or maybe they fumbled trying to do a 5D to confirm.
Based on the proud tradition of internet.
So they do the B chain follow up into what is bunker. Do they realize it and go for EA or not? They get a counter. They got a counter at 5B. What in God's name is this? What the hell? How did they get it? What?
Canoff is always based on the proud tradition of internet.
They just smashed 5B.
Trolling.
You're dead.
I mean,
And this is just Hotenjin. Wow.
No, we do.
That's kind of insane.
In the society.
even game back and forth, going back because it really.
Cooked by that one mix-up that Bananakin does, Jigen.
And like we said earlier,
with like the Graviton IADJB or something else that happened in this set.
Really annoying in the neutral to harass Tokunoe, make it hard for her to set up, make it hard for her to like steamroll.
Yeah, like one thing it's like an yeah, definitely for sure. Like he can annoy you with his chains, or he can just be right in your face right there and just annoy you with some of his plus frames.
Right, and then he gets a conversion for massive damage.
So round start up back from both parties. They're just kind of waiting to see what happens from the other.
And a lot of rushdown.
Here we go, Bananakin finding the first good
And
hit.
now you are getting hit. God damn! That sucks.
And he's gotta have to block. He's gotta block.
Sets
that
the
front bar.
bunker, and now what do you got?
Coming in.
You just kind of force the block and sit there.
Don't talk about Tokunoe.
I think technically,
Like,
this is goofy, but technically Hazama could do like,
5A, 2A,
I believe C chain,
5Ds are
C
all
chain
really
follow up,
good
and then
buttons
invuln
for
through the
scatter
bunker
pressure.
like explosive, but
And
that's like
with the lightning,
jankiest thing known to man. That is tragic.
scatter pressuring.
That's
And
that's
you
just
can
rough.
there.
They tried to anti her with 2C, and it Kokonoe just blocks it. They cancel in a stance. And the you follow up with. Then they get hit. You hate to see it.
Nice,
That's
that
unfortunate.
would have been a solid chunk of damage and a corner side swap for Kazama, but now Bananakin's running his schmicks, running his conversion game.
Alright, what's he good? What's the next up?
Oh, good. No throw West there.
I got thrown. I got shot. Okay, nice knockdown.
Now it's
Yeah.
Fazama's turn.
Still do the whoa. Oh, I didn't have a didn't have anything that was safe there. But that was super smart. I didn't realize that Hazama would be able to dash into the C follow up off of that so quickly. That's super sick. I just want to watch that again. Look at that. Ooh. But then they just didn't have a confirm for the situation. I think maybe they would have been forced to like super or something. I have no idea if like I have no idea what Hazama does for a super fireball confirm as it stands. Maybe they like do a 6 seed so they are like out of range and do like 2 chains. I don't know.
So,
But either way, they get hit, and Bananakin gets their turn back because that reverse is super, super good. Good up back from Fazama. Does not want to deal with whatever mix-up is available, but
reversals, but Bananakin
they got Arrow D. You don't usually want Arrow D
Super Ball is also
because this happens, and you get hit.
incredibly messed up.
And now it's just, now you're dying. Oh, never mind. Okay, Active Flow is available. Sorry. Fazama has procced Active Flow. This could be good. I actually think Hazama might get... I think Hazama gets counter hit for trying to 2C here. So... Don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Wheel.
Tried to 2A for like Kokonoe falling. Wheel in that situation is so awkward. Oh, burst came out early from Bananakin, but unfortunately Hotenjin was already coming out.
People will actually push back. I see Coco's push back on the wheel.
Wow, that was bold.
Just in case they
Alright,
get punished for it.
623D, put them on the other side.
Yeah, I think
Farsi
Bananakin
follow-up.
believes his wheel a little too much in that
Or
case.
6C.
Alright, here we go. One more.
Yeah, there's the high-low. Super good.
Yeah, nice lower chain, and Fazama about to get the burst back.
Yeah.
Bananakin looked a little far from theirs, and on set point.
Yep.
So yeah, the situation is like super good for Fazama now.
It was a little awkward hit there.
You have the burst
From when they
advantage.
crossed each other up there.
You've
Another
gotten
big
some
hit.
good counter hits. Kind of just chilling out. You're doing pretty damn well on defense. Ooh, 2.7. That is nice.
That counter hit. That's actually.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing just 3K. I didn't know you can get that much more. That's crazy. So that really just shows how much.
All right, nice chain there into the air throw. All right, so he can either swap sides here or okay, yeah, he just swaps sides.
Zama can definitely get those.
All right, so burst is available, so I'm expecting a burst out of Bananakin like the moment he gets hit by something, or an OD from Fazama the moment he gets a hit. Either or would make sense. Bananakin's popped Active Flow from the round, so they could theoretically spend an OD if they get like a counter hit 3C and just killed Golden Tiger.
So Hazama OD is pretty messed up.
That's a true reversal when you got OD.
Time to get to just chuck him.
They just fell off the ground and then... Yeah, that was a 2B. You're getting smoked for that one.
Okay, so let me talk about that. So Hazama attention has been a reversal for a very long time.
But yeah, that was just super cool. All right, so we're gonna skip ahead a lot.
Oh no, he is going with Jin. He doesn't want to play the Murakumo.
Yeah, so
that's fair. I mean,
I'm kind of shocked that he opted for Jin in this matchup. My assumption is that like obviously Orgard's been practicing the Jin and all that stuff, but I legitimately would have thought if you hit top 8, I'm kind of like, if you hit top 8, my brain might have been like, I kind of want to just smoke everybody here. I'm just gonna go switch to new and just stick with her, especially in a matchup like this where this may be unfounded, but I feel like Orgard would have some familiarity with Lambda just as a character in this matchup. Maybe not against Hitoshira specifically. I don't think they've met each other in bracket very much, funny enough.
Well, this Jin pick will actually end up going for him though, because I know how strong his new is.
So Orgard's been playing a ton of Jin over the last 2 months, and I think it's been a lot working with him. Okay, backs off round start.
Tries to make sure just playing it nice and safe. Oh,
Nice
great
inside.
JC. There we go. That's exactly what he needs. Catches the roll, but no confirm.
Yeah, Jin JC is a weapon of war. Okay, nice barrier. Nice block on the sword. Kind of mitigating the most of that. Tag by tag. So this convert from
I think this was a 2-3-6A attempt, and they got sniped for it with 40.
kind
I
of
see.
mitigating the most of that.
Sorry, not 40,
Tag
60,
by
I
tag. So
believe.
this convert from zero
Yeah,
short.
you have to be careful drumming that wheel because you have to watch out for you catching you like that.
Yeah, and good block on a 60 to get backdash. Nice convert from Tito here.
And here's the middle.
He's on a parser and gets clipped by the 2-3-6D. Or 2-1-4D. I honestly forget which one is which.
Oh,
But now it's Jin OD, but that was a pretty good legacy edge.
But that drop actually could save Oregard from what he needs.
Orga does have active flow, so if they decide to just play patiently and just build up like OD instead, and that's still like a pretty viable like tactic for this point. One moment. All right, so
Okay, but yeah, Orgar cannot make a single mistake.
and just get clipped by the active parser.
Honestly, I think if Orgar had blocked that, he could have game ended Tito.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Okay, but Tito looking stronger now.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
another
figure out what
conversion.
Oregard might have been. I'm trying to see if he was trying to mash DP there or just miss inputting just trying to bar it out.
Oh, gets tagged by. That's the very good start for Lamb. That's the most best.
Yeah. And
Hey,
he
yeah.
Alright.
gets the burst now.
5C gets
He doesn't want
blocked.
to get locked down any
Opts for
further
the
than
active
that
parser
for
right
too much
there,
longer.
like around
Yeah,
mid-screen.
Nice
And the 6-2-3D doing what it does best, being a better DP.
Right.
Gets the throw, dash cancels afterwards.
For the, rolls.
Actually, Neil,
Yeah.
not too. James 2A also opened a 4.
Has already made like
Good jump. Oh, he wanted to bait the. I think he might have wanted to bait the burst, and why he went for the double JB there. But actually, no, that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't have baited the burst at all.
That actually would have been death.
Yeah, it would have been. And now if you listen to
I think maybe it was intended to be barrier, and they got the second one by accident. 6-8, but
now if you listen to him, he's in
they tried to hit the double 6A stuff. Just 5C. Or just do maybe 5A into another 6A. Unfortunate, but Hitoshiro blocks the second 6A and gets hit by the simple ice sword afterwards.
Warlock staying alive, looking pretty good that last round.
Oregard made an impressive comeback there with his Jin.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, going to round 3. Okay, Orgard very patient real start, just waiting to see what he was going to do. Okay, nice 2
Great 2A
Gets the
tag.
JD, 2-2C.
Absolutely amazing.
Nice 2B.
Okay, checks the roll.
Alright.
Good J2C.
Yeah. He's dropping a few of these confirms, but Oregard does only need to tag him like one more good tag and he can actually finish his.
Nice
And then the
overhead.
overhead.
And he had meter too, so he could like RC that if he wanted to. Okay, nice. This will put work on the right in the corner. Oh, burst. That was bad.
Alright, yeah, force the burst there. And it just gets clipped by the JD normals.
He's trying to beat out the DP there.
Okay, I do like the height that he's using his race cards at.
And he gets hit by the legacy edge. Has full OD, however, so I think this will last just like a little bit after this confirmed. Yeah, but gets clipped by the wheel. They were definitely trying to input some form of reversal. I think on reaction they might have been able to Yukikaze actually off the projectile, and I think it would have caught Lambda, but I always forget on the specific mechanics of like avoiding it on hit.
And here we go, round up 2B.
So it's clipped by the 6C. You're just gonna take it to the corner. It's a Lambda confirm. It is what it is. And Hito was pretty damn good with that character. Alright, good OD on the 6C. Manages to get the hit. Runs up, resets off of the 2-2C. But then no follow-up. They get the dash and then just nothing comes out. The dash was late as all hell too. That might have just been an input got flubbed or eaten. Gets 6A though, and triggers active flow.
Another reset though. Nice convert.
Oh,
Drop.
another big
Yeah,
drop.
that's cool.
Yeah, these drops are probably the biggest thing that have been killing Orgard right now.
Yeah,
in
no,
this
look,
gen.
see a nice chunk of damage too. Hey,
Oh, gets
But
caught.
yeah,
And
hit
then
by the
brings
overhead.
the-
And this is looking a little rough right now, but it is Jin with OD available. So there was always a chance. JD resets in the throw. Are we gonna see burst? Nah, keeps the burst safe anyway. I don't know if that throw is just like a funny thing that Aura does or not.
Yeah. You know, got hit by that same throw trap twice.
Yeah, definitely actually. It definitely is a different order.
Gets clipped by the
Yeah.
wheel.
And again, you have to be careful jumping Lambda's wheel because you can get sniped with her anti-air swords.
All right, good block on the late JB, but the follow-ups just aren't so great. Hello, big poops indeed, Dink. Big poops indeed. Make sure to give the channel a follow while you're at it. I gotta hit affiliate. I wanna hit affiliate by like my birthday. I think that'd be pretty sick.
Like you're like, what's the worst that can happen from mid-screen? They can't open me up.
But yeah. More importantly though, Orgard's just getting hit a lot. Parser got clipped by the overhead. It is what it is. Sometimes you just get smoked.
Yeah, 6P is like, even though we have rollback, I feel like it's on
Good overhead.
Yeah, hit by the 4D, and just gets clipped low on the parser there. So I'm actually surprised that they got, oh no, they just got confirmed into it. So, at this range, realistically speaking, like, let's cut the 4D animation stuff aside. You should block high here and then react to Lambda dashing up or doing Act Parser. Because Lambda is not close enough that she can do a 2B. She is not close enough that, and 3C has a long enough startup that you can react to it and block low. Parser is pretty reactable, so you can definitely like fuzzy block that if you see her dash up. And the animation is very like unique. So there's not really any reason to block low here. So Aura just gets smoked by it. And that confirm was burst safe until they went for Parser. I think if Aura bursted there, it wouldn't have made much sense either way, because Hito had like full health and you're Jin without OD, so your comeback potential is reduced by a good amount.
But Hito finishing that round with a perfect.
But yeah. So now we're back to the round start. What's this round start? Jump forward JB on the super jump. Yeah, Hito was definitely just looking to smoke something that Orgard was going to do. And Orgard is not, I don't think, the type to pull the trigger on a raw 6-2-3B around start.
Usually.
But Hito finishing that round with a perfect.
It goes to the JC, was the JA follow-up afterwards.
He just ran in.
Goes for the overhead on Parser and just gets hit by it. Yeah, again, it just feels like Or is getting hit by some. Woo, okay, yeah. 2-2D whiffs. Deep run up, but just backdashes the throw.
That is one of Lambda's few like wake up options other than backdash. He can actually use that 2-2D to try and get out.
But yeah, this was a smart response to the Ice Sword here. Because off of this Ice Sword here, Legacy Edge is projectile invuln. So even if it hits her, she's fine. And it's fast. So you get a free counter hit here, and now you're taking Jin to the corner, where Jin may be forced to burst, and if Jin has to burst, that is super, super great for you. But Orgard holds on to it, probably looking for a reversal OD here. I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't bite after the 5C here, but I think they might have only been able to do OD into EA off of this 3C, I believe it is. I forget if that's 3C or 2C. Cancel into 2-2D in order to stay safe and just goes back into neutral. But now you're whiffing swords. And if you're whiffing a sword, that is not good because Jin is able to cover that space pretty delightfully. Goes to the 3C and then just gets the immediate burst out of Hito. I can see why Hito would go for it because if Orgard like went into OD there, they were going to explode. Now the counter at Ice Sword? If they canceled into OD earlier, they might have just straight up killed with a double super confirm, like a very quick one. But here it is again. Like, here's the situation again, right? You just got to react to it. like at that range. They were blocking high, which is good, but they don't notice the act parser. I think they were too focused on I being the legacy edge rather than just opting to barrier rate because they had full meter. And I being it's not really going to give you much, but like a little less chip, but you can just do barrier anyway. Like, no matter what, you are giving Lambda their turn back. So it makes more sense to just opt to barrier this situation and then just watch Lambda intently. But they get clipped low. Hito doesn't finish their confirm, but now it's just a last touch situation. God damn, I really thought they got hit there. Good reaction. But again, they're like crouch blocking a lot. And they...
And that, oh no, you gotta block these.
I'm going to assume this was DP. I'm going to assume this is a DP whose input got eaten. Alright, now we're back to neutral. This is really tense. No counter assault from Oregard, surprisingly. They are very patient with that. They fuzzy jumped the Act Parser, thank God. Oh, this is dicey. And the I hate the back sword. Closed it. Yeah.
And Hito takes it.
That was a pretty good set. Alright, this is top 3 if I remember correctly. I think that was... No, that's not top 3. I believe that was to get into top 3. I think this was... I think that was winner semis, if I remember correctly. Let's look at the bracket real quick to see how far we got. No, this was winner. That was losers quarters. That's unfortunate. So it's already been almost like 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna close the stream here. But it's been a pleasure talking about all these sets and stuff. We'll follow up from the stuff that we've left off here tomorrow morning. Last time we left off, we finished up with Hitoshira's match against Oregard. So we're gonna jump around a little bit for the rest of this top 8, just so I don't end up taking too much time. Next set coming up here is Barlow and Ryukusim, which I think would be pretty interesting to watch. So moving on to it. So this is winner's final, so this will be 3 out of 5, so this will be a good chunk as well. So let's take a look.
Ryukusim won't really be able to rely on his counters during the pressure shots just due to how fast Valken. Ryukusim won't really be able to rely.
The round start is both of them just deciding to back off from each other, which I think makes sense. I think maybe, yeah, I don't think 4C would have reached Barlow going for 4D, since 4D has invuln around like around 10 frames in or so. I always forget the exact numbers, but yeah, that's fine as like a round start. J2C clips Barlow trying to approach, and then he resets into 6B.
And Hawkmoss was like, I think the third highest health in the game.
Now I think part of the I'm not super versed in this matchup, but my expectation is that a lot of Valkenhide's 50-50s carry slightly more risk just because Hakumen has the ability to counter no matter what, and I think this is just very much so like depending on how the neutral goes, it could just the momentum shifts in very different ways. All right. And speaking of momentum, Hakumen overdrive. It looked like Barlow didn't want to commit to much, which is why they went for the jump forward here. Other than that, I'm not too sure. Maybe it might have eaten like a JC input. I don't know if they were trying to go for the instant overhead. But either way, because of this situation, Ryukusim's able to dash out. And Barlow just kind of barriers, because, I mean, what else are you really going to do? Your opponent's either going to air throw or hit you with something that's air unblockable. You're better off just doing that. So he takes the position, takes the corner, which is great. 5C is blocked. But he still cancels in his Zantetsu, which is pretty damn expensive despite being an OD. Even if, like, it's about 3 stars if I remember correctly.
That's like, I think, guard point.
So yeah, pops the OD, spends all 3 on the Zantetsu, but now you're not only going to be able to cancel into, like, 63A after this. So you're not really getting much. Like, the best you can get off of this situation is a pressure reset because the Zantetsu was just blocked. I think it would have been better if he just opted to reset pressure and didn't spend a lot of his bar. But again, it's Hakumen and OD. You have 5 seconds. You got a lot to work with. So he tries to go for the throw, And then Barlow himself ODs. So now this is like a 5C counter hit, and you're gonna eat shit, or 5B rather. Because Valkenhainen OD actually does a lot of damage. Thankfully Ryukusum Barlow fumbles the confirm here, but he has almost 100 meter. He was dead basically if he got the correct hit.
I'm so sorry, Barlow. Well, picks up again.
So,
Gets another conversion.
Picks up and kills either way.
Round 1 of winners finals.
And because this is winners finals, it is first to 3, not first to 2 this time. And because this is winners,
I'm actually really curious about this decision making. Because Ryukusum opts to jump forward, doesn't barrier. Maybe they were prepped to just J2C or J2A or JC, depending on what Barlow did. But Barlow just opts for the round start 5C. I think he wanted to catch Ryukusum either playing passively, or just like 5C into 236A to kind of establish pressure from the get-go. Either way, 5C does connect. It looks like he autopiloted into 6D, so I think he was expecting it to be blocked and just start wolf pressure early. Hit. Alright, what's the mix? Goes high, Ryukusum just blocks.
here's the mix-up, rolls out.
Ooh, okay. So he rolls out because Barlow disables his wolf gauge. Because he blocks, I mean, he blocked the instant overhit, didn't block the 5C. Barlow spends all of his wolf meter on this and is unable to regen it. So he just rolls out, which makes sense. However, immediately after the roll, he tries to 3C. I don't think this is super wise to do, if only because Barlow also could have just stuck out a 5B, or most pokes, honestly, after the roll to, like, counter hit off of the, counter hit the 3C. It's not going to do a ton of damage, and he's not going to get a ton of reward off of it, because, again, he's stuck in human form. He can't transition into wolf, but either way, this just gives Barlow a free, like, JB. And he has 50 meters, so he might be able to just regen off this anyway, depending on what kind of confirm he can opt for. But no, he can't, so. 6 to 2B, gets hit with the Yukikaze. But now you're dealing with Valkenhainen neutral with full wolf gauge. 80 meter. You do have OD, though, as Hakumen, so I'm expecting Ryukusum to just pop it the moment he lands. And, like, assumes Barlow's approaching. But right now, he's just kind of trying to wall him out. I think this is fine. You're, like, forcing Barlow to drain a lot of wolf gauge. And on top of that, you are still maintaining your overdrive. So even if time starts to run down a bit more, he's kind of fine, actually. He just triggers overdrive, and he has, like, a free, like, 8 seconds to go. Oh, hey, Tux, what's going on, man? Oh, wow. Looks like we got a bot. That's unsurprising. 1 second. Let's get rid of this bot real quick. And then we'll kind of go over some other stuff. Do. I'll handle that. Oh, true, so true, Jushichi, so true. But yeah, that's good. It's like early. It's relative. It's like, I mean, sorry, we're on the EST as well. It's early, so there's nobody that's really up at my house, which is why I'm streaming at this time, because it's just I don't have to deal with people like getting bothered or whatever. It's very, very chill. Anyway. So moving on with the set.
Valkenhainen does not have to commit in this situation. You can just run around and wait for you.
So again, like, Ryukusum not committing here is also super good, because he's just forcing out a lot of wolf gauge from Barlow, which just means that when an engagement happens or when Barlow lands a mix, there's a lot less damage that's on the plate. Now, reasonably speaking, most hits that Barlow do will just lead into a kill, as long as he's able to either confirm into half circle forward D. I think it's Stormwolf. As long as he can confirm into Stormwolf or Air Super, he's honestly fine. But yeah, again, like this pass, like playing less actively is fine. Speaking of which, all right, Ryukusum triggers active flow here, gets the JB, doesn't confirm afterwards. That just looked like an awkward height for the air dash, I guess. It's tragic. But 2 ways afterwards. I'm not gonna lie, the moment I catch something whiffing, I'm just smashing OD. because I'm just gonna get super worried about being put in some strange like RPS situation or some scrambling. I don't want to deal with that. You are a Hakumen in active flow. When you pop OD, doesn't matter what the hell was going on beforehand, somebody's gonna die. But unfortunately, he gets clipped by Barlow falling with a JA and is forced to burst, meaning that this round is now entirely shifted. This basically means that, like, you know how Ryukusen was playing a bit more passively earlier and it was, like, fine because he has overdrive? Yeah, it's the complete opposite now. You don't have overdrive. You popped your burst. You got rid of your active flow because you only got one hit off of it, basically. And now you're going to deal with a Valkenheim with Mad Meter and overdrive available. So even if he runs out of Wolf Gauge and gets nervous and panics, he can just pop overdrive, stall you out for the entire OD duration, and then still have Wolf Gauge to play with later. So if I'm Barlow, I'm just chilling. Look at this. He just approaches and gets the hit. It was more aggressive than I was expecting. I honestly thought Barlow was just going to force Ryukusen to go in, but I think he probably didn't want Ryukusen to gain the meter in order to play, basically, after the fact, which is fine. And the reward Ryukusen would have is technically a lot less, given that he had he didn't have a ton of meter available to him at the moment.
With some small adjustments,
yeah,
Ryukusen can turn the tide here.
Yeah. Alright, here we go.
So
Turn the tide here.
Yeah, this round start is fine, right? Both players just back up, whatever, it's fine. But Wolf's inherent movement is really good. Like, think of it like a character in Street Fighter with like super good Street Fighter character with super good walk speed. That's really, really good for that game. And there's sort of similar things going on here when it comes to Valkenheim with Wolf Gauge, because he's able to just walk back. He just walks out of your poke and then just walks forward and then like can counter poke you. You're just lapping a bit and then go to the gym, laundry, etc. Yeah. That's fair. I feel you. I'm stuck at home for a bit. Should probably do some like basic workout or just like go for a long walk. But yeah, let's chill. I mean, it's the day after. I mean, it's literally January 1st. I don't think anybody's gonna do anything crazy today either. But yeah. So anyway, the ability to walk back out of situations in Wolf like cannot be understated, and I do think Ryukusen ended up overextending with the J2C here. If only because you could see that Barlow's already like bobbing and weaving, for lack of a better word, in neutral as Wolf. Like they're just gonna go like back and forth. I think if he was a little closer, it might have been better. Just if only to like catch maybe Barlow unexpectedly, but he just was just a little too far for that. It would have been nicer if he went for something a little less committal. But yeah, and now 5C catches the landing. This is just gonna take him to the corner.
The Wolf has gotten started.
Yep. Wolf might maul the Knight. So the Knight's overhead.
I'm actually really shocked that Ryukusen hasn't just done a wake-up counter on Wolf mix-up. Oh, wake-up OD is definitely there. He tried to Edma. And I think Barlow went for the... No, he just saw the OD activation, just went raw into 4D. Yeah, so he backs up. Or rather, 8D, I think it is.
Yeah, but it's like...
Let's see. So he blocks the plus frames, and then Barlow decides to just jump cancels out with barrier. Ooh, that throw was unfortunate. And you got hit with a double overhead. Yeah, has to opt for more Wolf regen. Are you kidding me? Hold on a minute here. JB triggers Yukikaze, but Barlow's already too high, and so he was out of the Yukikaze attack range. Just do not understand this. I don't think so. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Ryukusen is playing wild like right here, right now. Like I think the wake up OD makes sense. Like it's Valkenheim mix up, but I feel it's less aggression here and maybe like a couple other things. Yeah, I honestly thought Barlow was gonna get hit by this Yukikaze. I'm shocked that he was just high enough so it didn't hit. That's really wild actually. But yeah, that's tragic. That just feels bad. All right. Ooh, that's also tragic. Ugh.
nice evasion by.
Like, he made the right decision going for the drive, but he didn't hold on to 5D and commit to it. I'm not gonna lie, it's Valkenheim mix. Like, you might as well just commit to a counter, like, hard, if you're gonna opt for it. But yeah, and then he gets counter hit. I mean, if he... I don't think he needs OD to kill here. But he has very little wolf gauge, so he just went in to throw. That's tragic. Because the combo there is, like, you do, like, 6B... you do 6B transform, 5C stuff. So there's not nearly enough time on the wolf gauge.
Yeah, and
You can't really combo that in human form unless you do the double transform stuff. Alright, here's the same exact situation. Here's a similar situation again, right? IAD J2C. Just barely out of range again. I think I would have preferred it if Ryukasim just did like a double dash up to take space. But it is what it is. At least he didn't get hit for that one. But now you're dealing with wolf pressure and you put yourself in the corner by accident. Womp womp. That makes us cool.
Hey, nice empty low from Barlow.
This is going to be nearly like full regate. That's tragic. That was going to be nearly like full moon, full like wolf regen.
Yeah,
Right, so I guess they had a connection issue, and then he went Taukaka.
Taukaka is really good at making Valkspend Wolf Meter to catch her.
Yeah.
Meaning he'll have less for mix-ups.
Yeah. Now we get to watch two characters zip around the screen.
Yeah, there were a couple of interactions that I was just like, whoa, I just went that way. But I honestly think that Ryukasim would have benefited a lot from just straight up using counter more, and I feel like that's kind of like a pitfall that a lot of people run into, like at a certain point where it's just like, all right, you're just using counter too much. But like, honestly, why not? Like, it's Valkenheim. You're gonna get 50-50. You have a ton of health. Just go for the counter. If you're right, then you just stop a Valkenheim's pressure. Because Valkenheim's OS for his like 50-50 is based on like hit stop. And I mean, it's a counter, so they're gonna get hit. But either way, I have no freaking clue how this matchup works. I have no freaking clue if Barlow has experience in this matchup. But here we go. And already it's going bad. That is... You don't want that. You don't want that at all. Oh boy.
Early burst from Yukasim.
Okay, nice.
And then
It was a good OD, but just didn't get a punish.
push him for 5B. And then Tao just cling to the wall. Yeah, they both are just flying on the
Yeah,
screen. And then
Wolf,
Tao just
you have to respect Wolf 5B. It is such a good anti-air. Like, look at how close this JC is hitting to the ground, and then Valkenheim just says, nah, I'm trading. Also, I'm going to pick up afterwards. I think this just goes into J2 and 4B. Or not, never mind. I'm wrong. Mix.
What's the mix up?
Thrown, yeah. A lot of Wolf gate. Ooh. Yeah, this is just fumbled.
And the throw.
I think they fumbled the 2C here. And then they went for it again. Jesus Christ. Hit. Yeah, you are not dead, but you are close. And then tried the reversal super, and that's just on for it.
And Uncle Bro wants that point.
Yeah.
That's looking very...
At least they're 70% burst.
Nice
I guess.
cutter.
But can't get too far, can't get too much off of it.
Hey, nice
Alright, good frame
control
trap.
from Ryuksen.
Takes Barlow to the corner. Is that a trick edge? Not a trick edge, left, right? Oh, no. That was sick. This is just sick.
Nice cross.
Clipped low off the JC whiff.
Okay.
Tried to go for the mix again, but I guess it just didn't work out. Barlow just stuck out of JB in time.
Looks like a massive life advantage right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Once again, forced to burst immediately. I don't... I'm not as big on this, if only because Taukaka OD is such a great pressure tool and can just steal rounds, because it's actually a pretty damn good overdrive, but I feel this. I feel the bursts, like, immediately. You're a low-health character against Valkenheim who has to do less touches, which is always beneficial. So losing a neutral interaction is that much worse for Ryukasim here.
Burst.
I just took tossing junk at him.
Okay, nice. It's a nice clean conversion. Drops and
Another big drop from Barlow's been dropping quite a few combos, which is very.
But now you're taking the corner and you don't have burst.
Yeah.
And Valkenheim has 50 meter. Every time Barlow has 50 meter and ends a confirm and stays like in human form, I just like to assume that he's just gonna he's just gonna JC RC JC. That motherfucker loves going for that. It's super good. It's messed up.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. Gets Wolf Gauge back as well. He has OD as well. I think if he did some like absurd OD combo, would have killed, but who cares? He tried to go for the instant JC again to seal it. He's probably gonna do like instant JC overdrive. I think I forget if you have to do JC again or if you can just do Wolf and do other stuff. And the reversal doesn't work out well. Barlow just 2-3-6 A's. That man loves that move. It's really good, so I can understand why.
I think it's kind of
Back to this.
okay.
Just pushing it.
Pikachu and Mao. Okay, so
Tariqism here is just like up backing again. But no counter on the projectile. Just counter it. Who cares? What's Kokonoe gonna do to you? You got invul because you countered a projectile. These types of things are I'm like, just do that. And, like, you're fine. You're not gonna gain meter because you didn't get the catch, but like you give yourself a bunch of invul. Like, who cares? Maybe you didn't want Lord Mako T approaching as well, but either way, a whiff J2C does not just work out in his favor.
yeah.
Nice pickup though.
G2C.
Agito. Ah. Yeah, don't know about this one.
Nice counter G2C.
I don't know if he just messed up the J2C or wanted to go for some like crazy. I think he maybe wanted to go for some like delay air dash mix here, but I think if you were fighting someone for the first time, you would just opt to you would just J2C here. Skip. You want to skip? Wait, Jushishi, you don't want to watch this set? Alright.
Agito?
Alright,
Yeah.
slowing down the pace a little bit. Tries to
You
cut
might
the
have been
fireball
talking
again,
about
but a little
Anyway.
late.
So it gets thrown, forces the burst out of Lord Mako T. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah. One thing I
But
noticed
then
with
gets
Kata
clipped by the
do a lot
6B.
is he
I don't know what it
has
is about
favor of
Kokonoe.
friendly
That
burst
6B
aid.
is like pretty average
Yeah,
or
he has
slowish
good
for
burst
BB,
aid.
but it just gets
In favor
clipped.
of early
Wow,
burst
okay.
aid.
Actually, I did not know this was an interaction. That is so weird. I guess he just can't counter that for some reason. Because he went for it. I don't know if he got caught on recovery here. I would assume that he could do that. I actually want to lab. I'm gonna lab that out like the moment I get the chance because that was a weird situation. Anyway, so he pops the wake up OD, but there's a ball on him, so like this is either a wake up counter or some projectile invuln thing, and then you just got hit. Tragic. I don't know what button they pressed there, but it just didn't work out. Blocks a 6B though. And Kokonoe doesn't have a lot of like cancel options out of 6B, so I'm kind of surprised he didn't either try to counter a follow-up or just mashed something there. Alright, yeah. Gets the cut on the fireball this time. Good hits. Yeah, that's kind of Makoti's offense, especially with Kokonoe, is like very weird to kind of watch when you've seen like a lot of Kokonoes. Some of my like I was talking to some people and they were kind of like discussing and I was like, "Oh yeah." Cuz they're like one of the only Kokonoes where I've seen them actually just straight up run out of gravitons like multiple times in a set. And that is like surreal. I mean, they're placing well, but time will tell how long that playstyle will end up lasting. Because situations like these, this is one thing that I find weird. All right. You're down a burst, which is fine. You get a good hit. All right. You have Super Fireball available to you.
Hey,
But, and here's one of the decisions that I don't agree with, and I really often don't like. Lord Makoti, for some reason, loves to set a Graviton with Fireball out and then just go for some weird, like, 50-50 mix off of this. I don't really think that there's any reason to do that. I think the move here is that you spend the Fireball, you... That is toxic. But I think that, honestly, I think it's just that, like, they're doing a lot of shit that people are just not used to, and then they just kind of, like, get hit by like the weirdest resets and stuff, and there's like, wait, what? And die. But I think over time, as people kind of adjust and go like, oh, okay, they're just doing this, then they'll be fine. I think honestly, a part of it is that they're kind of used to like the Coco meta, so to speak, and then they just kind of get like caught out whenever some like weird ass situation happens. But I think people will adjust in due time. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this idea. I've never been a fan of it. I think it's far better to either let the super fireball go off or try to like set up an ice reset, because you have almost 50 meter and they're in meter cooldown because they opted for a super, which is fine. But if you do an ice reset, you just kill off of it. Why not do that, which is a lot more of a guaranteed setup than this against a Hakumen with full meter, who reasonably speaking can fall and just Yukikaze you. Like, they try to 2B on the landing here, but that doesn't work. Rikism has full OD here, so I would expect them to either smash OD or Yukikaze and then say, Lamau, that's crazy. But then this, like, weird scramble situation happens and they get a throw. Like, and that's not even, like, the fastest tick throw you could do. Like, there's some, like, good timing between it. And then they just kind of get hit by the throw. Because they're just not OSing it, which is unfortunate. And I was getting clipped. Oh, no, they do tech it. Beautiful. All right. So, yeah, you just spent a super fireball, and you didn't really get much off of it. You got, like, maybe 100 more damage, and then you just let the Hakumen out. Don't do that. These J2Cs are just not working out. I don't know what it is, if it's a timing thing or what, but it's just not working out. Coco also involved this with 6A. We'll see the ring in a second. No. The ring didn't come out. Hold on a second here. So Rigas just straight up whiffed the J2Z. They just whiffed. Normally when you invul the move in CF, you'll see like a white ring passing through that like signifies it. It's hard to catch like during a set, but like, yeah, they just didn't work out. Yeah, I don't know. The J2Cs are just not working out. That sucks. It's just not. You're just misjudging space, or people are just moving just slightly out of the way of it. That's unfortunate. Anyway, it gets a 2B though. Depends on Tsubaki. Double Tsubaki? What? Why not do? I don't even know what this confirm would be, but this is weird. Cause I don't know the position of Tsubaki off the top of my head, but you don't normally do this. You would do like you just do an air pickup. So you're spending a lot of meter for not a ton of damage. Then he has another Tsubaki, which I don't understand why. You spent all your meter, now you got like, your OD, but now you don't even have enough meter to do his Zantetsu loop. Because you spent 6 stocks on 2 Tsubakis. And he's not in active flow, he's just trying to call out the delay tech here. Just fine, but just wait for the flash on the roll.
That's what he said, not biting.
Alright, now he's just kind of scared of the super fireball. Tech's another throw. All this stuff. Alright, this is just death. Yeah, but again, like, this entire situation happens because Lord Makoti doesn't just go for, like, the basic good thing of just let your super fireball rock. Do all that stuff and do that. Yeah, I know he likes to reset a lot. I don't know. For the longest time, I don't really think Hakumen fits that style very well, because at the end of the day, you're gonna get a lot of damage off of like most hits when you have OD available, and I feel like there's this weird. I feel like both players actually are kind of examples of this, where they like to go for a lot of like reset situations on characters that like, if you were to just finish the combo, your Oki is really good, or your damage is still, like, really good. So it really doesn't make a lot of sense to me for, like, opting for a lot of resets there when that's another situation where you can just, like, straight up kill. And this is a funny set, because both players are emblematic of that in situations where it's, like, where there are a lot of decisions where I'm thinking, like, yeah, you could have definitely just killed instead of opted for, like, 2 resets, but it is what it is. Ah, damn. Yeah, this is like the. All right, if you watch a lot of Blaze, but this is like a standard cadence. This happens so often. People will jump and then they'll kind of wait for you to fall down at like a certain at a certain height, and then they late air dash. This is a good 6A. This is just a great call out. Like, this is good. All right, what's the thing?
Great 6A.
Because you can end up you can just send Rikusim like basically to the corner off of this with like a bunker loop, but kind of fumbled the Oki there. That's tragic. I'm not. I think that might have been 2C instead of 3C because it whiffs and then this happens. But this is another situation where I'm like, why not just wake up counter? Just do it. If you see them whiff it, just go for the counter. You're gonna counter the freaking. You're gonna counter the pillar, and then you can just cancel into like Renka or Enma or something. Just do that. Screw it. But he just blocks, and then he gets caught low because he got hit with the standard. You stand block for a moment, and then you sit down as you get hit by the overhead, and then you feel like an idiot. I hate that feeling so much. All right, so this, activate fireball. All right, this is gonna be a 2-2B. Cool. See, there it is. This is what I'm talking about.
Hey, nice ender.
But he goes for the 6. I don't know if that's 6D or not. No, it's not 6D. I actually can't tell. I don't know why he doesn't special cancel this, because like as you may have noticed, for those that are unfamiliar with Hakumen, once you do the counter, you have invul. Like you don't need to necessarily catch for you to have invul. And if they're hitting a button, Hakumen can just Enma through like a lot of stuff. Let me Hakumen, because I'm pretty sure Enma has head invul. Yeah, it has head invul, so you can just cancel into Enma. Maybe he was worried about like a 2B potentially. That like would make sense to me, but yeah, you can just Enma, because if you're looking at her and you react to this, because he clearly reacted to it, right? Like he blocked it. You can just cancel into Enma and then you're just chilling. But this is what it is. So now you're stuck blocking. Again, post 6B is not really that crazy for Kokonoe.
Hey, nice ender.
There's no other overheads that come afterwards. Like you're just doing like delay 5C or 2C or maybe I don't know 6C if you're a crackhead.
And parries through the lightning, but he still has to hold the
But yeah,
rest of it.
again. So there it is.
And parries through the lightning, but he still has
Just opts to counter it. Get some invul, but I think he got the air counter, so I have no idea how that works out with Hakumen recovering.
the rest of this.
Takes the purple throw.
No push-ups today.
Alright. Yeah, fake that air dash. So you saw Lord Makoti like preemptively 6A. But the great thing about this 6A,
The rest of this.
in the situation in general, is that Rikusim air backdashed. For Makoti. In my opinion, if you're gonna fake this out, just fall and smash 5C. Because at the end of the day, if they 6A and you if you air dash, you get caught by it. If you air backdash, you're keeping yourself in the corner. They whiff it for free and they're fine. Now she sets a graviton on the fucking Franca. Holy shit. She sets a graviton now, right? In my opinion, you just jump and you just fall. And even if they like micro dash a 6A and you're forced to block it, what is Kokonoe going to do afterwards? She's forced to jump cancel to make yourself safe. The worst you'll see is like a J2C. And then what is she going to do after the J2C? You don't really need to air back this year. That Enmo was hilarious and good though. I think he got pulled in by the magnetism too, so it just was like a little further than Lord Makoti was expecting. But yeah, Graviton to set again. Look at him just waiting for this cut. And then whiffs the J2C. I don't know what it is, but this man has not hit a lot of J2Cs. I say that as he gets a counter hit, but doesn't confirm. Alright. Alright, here's another thing. I don't know whether or not this was supposed to be a reset or genuinely just switching sides. But it feels like this was meant to be a reset, when he could have just thrown Ryukisim into the corner with a Graviton activation, but he ran out of Gravitons now. Again, you don't see this happen on Kokonoes like that. Pops the OD and then gets thrown. That is some cojones to look at that and then throw somebody out of Hakumen OD. But they were right, so what can I say? You're dead now. Unless you drop the combo.
Yeah, this isn't that, this is like a mix up.
What the hell happened here? I don't what? I don't know what happened here. And then he tried to see stuff like this to me is just sloppy. And maybe an input was eaten or something, because I mean it is PCCF, but it's just fumbled. And yeah, Tux. Kokonoe does seem like a fun character with a lot of interesting mechanics behind her. She's not for me, but definitely can see why people would pick her. She has so many systems and different things she can do that I think are very cool.
Certain situations. Okay, let's see what the round start is. Backs off.
Oh, alright, this round start is funny to me though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
So you get some up backs. Lord Makoto going for J2C. He wanted to kill. He wanted a bad time. But Ryuga was just up backing this entire time, and Makoto keeps expecting like an IAD J2C again, and he's just not giving it to him. And then the connection fucks up. Alright, back to it. With the True Games 2.
It just knows when there's a tournament. It just knows.
I think it was
With another up back round start. This time counter hitting the whiff punishing the 6A. That's pretty good. Gets the 3C afterwards.
Oh, great block on the 6B.
That's definitely very inconspicuous overhead. Hey, block the 3C.
Right.
Jesus
Much
Christ.
better
I think that
control
was
in the space in the neutral this time
I think
for
that
Ryuga
was
than anything
dash
else.
Agito for the
Great
momentum.
attack on the throw.
Alright, this is not a good burst. I'm gonna keep it a bug. This is not a good burst. It's just not good.
Right. Much better control in the space
Like,
in the neutral
let's
this
be
time for
real
Ryuga, so
here.
He's actually able to push forward.
What the fuck is Kokonoe gonna get here? The worst case scenario is that you're going to get put into the corner and you have to deal with Kokonoe on Wake Up. But Lord Makoto has not displayed any strong mix on his Oki yet. So this is just an attempt at a momentum burst, or like just one of those like emotional bursts that just happened. But it doesn't make sense, again, when you're Hakumen and you would want to just click OD on Wake Up if you really want to. Just click OD on Wake Up instead. You'll get the same effect, more or less. Your opponent is gonna have to guess on your Wake Up.
Great attack on the throw. And it thoroughly
But yeah, and then this is just tragic.
from Ryuga
I hate
than
Kokonoe
actually able to
teleport.
push
I hate it
forward.
so much.
Great attack on the throw.
Kokonoe's teleport on me, and then they think they're nice, and I feel like an idiot. It makes me insecure. This is just rough. I guess a 5B would have been better here instead of 5C, but it is what it is.
Nice teleport from Makai. That was very clever.
Yeah. We saw Ryuga
Yeah.
go for the early burst because he probably wanted to keep momentum. but
All right, so he's actually blocking a lot. He's blocking
Yeah.
a lot of
we
6Bs.
saw
I
Ryuga
want
go for
to
the
give
early
props
burst
to
'cause
that.
he-
So like
That
again,
was very clever.
right? And I
Yeah.
may be proven wrong here
we
with this
saw Ryuga
matchup.
go for the
Is that he
early
opts for
burst.
the counter, but he's not special canceling it. Special cancel it. He can special cancel into He could have special canceled into the kicks or whatever it was. The big thing here is that I want to point out in general is that
Very clever.
because you are countering
We
the
saw
ball,
Ryuga go for the early burst.
you have so much time to react to what your opponent is doing. So if I'm seeing this, you can cancel into it's 2 through 6B. You can cancel into Renka. I always get it confused with Kishu. Cancel into Renka. You just beat him up for it. But yeah. Or I actually forget which one of Haku's moves have foot invuln in particular. But either way, the point is that actually none of these do. Wow, that's hilarious. But the point is that you can definitely hit Kokonoe out of this if you recognize that you countered something and then special cancel. I want to lab this
He
though, so
probably
I'm not
wants
like
to keep
capping.
momentum, but it's not working out for him already.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyways, he's just getting hit and like bodied. All right. See again. All right, there it is. I don't see. He did it. He finally did it. He woke up. He did a counter, and then he special canceled it. And this dude, Lord Makoto, either has not played against a lot of Hakumens that special cancel out of counter or what, because they just get rocked by the Yanagi. What is the combo we got here?
That was very hard. Yanagi dashes out of the shield.
All right.
and tags her.
Takes on the mid screen, that's fine.
Yanagi dashes through the lightning.
That's a good
Tags
confirm,
her,
but
yes.
again, because Ryuga-sim used that burst so early, he had locked himself out of active flow. So now he's just unable to trigger it in order to build up his OD faster. Unlike Lord Makoti, who has it now. Oh, wait, did he just cut the explosion on himself? That's hilarious. Anyway, try to go for the Yukikaze. Yeah, that's fair. You do what you gotta do. Hits with the bunker RC. With OD, you're dead. Or you're alive. Okay, pops the burst, just wants to take the round. Understand what in God's name is this? I don't think this was meant to be a fight, JC. I highly doubt it. I think this was meant to be a J2C. Because this move is pretty damn slow. Or maybe it was, and I'm just wrong. But either way, I would expect it like a J2C Agito or a J2C like Tsubaki. Use the Enma, cancel the Renka. This situation is just... They really want the round here, you can tell, but... Just give it up, man. Just give it up, dude. You don't have the life lead. You're against Kokonoi, who can actually stall out pretty damn decently. And then you just die at full screen because you're trying to, like, cut a fireball. This is not ideal.
Unfortunate.
I would have just taken the L, and that would have been hard to do. And that's like...
Just like cutting a little too late or cutting a little too early.
It's hard to ask in a certain way, but... Like, it's losers finals. You do have another game to play with. You don't want to be down 2-0, and I totally understand that, but like, you put yourself on the back foot in such a big way at round start. You have to trigger active flow, and even then, it'll take you a little while to build up OD. You might be like, Hakumen will probably get it, but would you rather be forced to use the OD when you have like, when you're at such a disadvantage, or would you rather just have it available to like be more flexible? You know? Thank God for him hitting this. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes Kokonoes just do like a raw 236B, and I'm like, fuck you. But yeah, all right, good JD here. Goes in the Agi.
Definitely a very strong anti-air.
All right. My assumption, actually no, that was a counter hit too. I think he just canceled into it because he just wanted the knockdown, but I think he might have been able to confirm off of that in a different way, but either way, tries to go for a delay air dash mix. So yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where he did the Agito. Oh, this is just raw AD. Yeah, he did this, counter, Agito. No, he did this super late, like, air dash, because he really wanted to get this, like, mix, which is actually the most absurdly low to the ground thing I've seen Hakumen do. But I'd rather just do the J2C to catch the latex here, because I would expect Lord Makoti to want to roll. Either way, he goes for this, does an empty jump 5A instead. Kokonoi will now get hit into nothing. There's no confirm, I guess. That sucks. But yeah, now Ryuga-sim just put themselves in the corner.
Again,
JD.
Wow.
And tries to do the same thing. I don't know why they like to go for that so much, but it might just be a player preference. I don't know if that 4C was intentional. He just gets reset into a throw.
Likes going towards, so just keeping you in with the graviton, and just gets ready to throw.
Yep. So attacks.
You see Ryuga-sim go
Okay, is this 4C intentional?
So attacks.
I would be shocked if it is, but okay.
You see Ryuga-sim go for that parry a lot because he's just like, okay, I don't want to.
All right, once again, no confirm on the 6B. Pops OD in the air. This is just a scramble. And now he just got hit. He wanted the... This motherfucker. He got the 6B. He confirmed it into bunker. This was a messed up 720. That's a 720 attempt. I play a grappler in this game. You cannot tell me this son of a... That was a 720 attempt. You don't just get a random super jump off of a bunker for no reason. This dude tried to reset into Astral to kill Ryukusen, and he messed it up. Will he get properly punished for such a thing? Probably not.
I think he was trying to.
Anyway, next game. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Next game. Anyway, that just happened.
He does.
I don't know what to tell you. So Ryukusen switches to Bang, and
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
Bang
lie,
fans are all hype.
I don't agree with this decision. You're already used to the Hakumen. You now have to reverse 3-0 on a character you have not been playing in this bracket.
Hey, go with the Anji colors.
I don't think this is ideal.
Okay, comes forward. Goes a nail.
Alright, immediately blocking the wheel. Oh,
And
no.
getting Purple Throne is definitely not how you want to start it. I think this was just a messed up Graviton activate.
Blocking the wheel. Oh no.
I think, yeah, this looks like a situation where Kokono would fall, pop Graviton, and then confirm, but
Confirm properly,
he
but
just kind of backs up on that, like, dropped combo and just sets the fireball. It doesn't...
confirm properly,
Like,
but
what is this?
another conversion.
This combo just didn't finish. I think it was just a dropped input, honestly. But then gets caught in the JB. This Go-Go JB is super fucking good.
Hey, nice check.
Pop the Graviton. Sets the 2-2B awfully far.
Top.
So now Bang does have OD, but he has no seals to work with. I mean, his dashes are not invuln yet, so it's just...
Yeah.
Could have gone very badly, basically, but thankfully for Ryukusen it did not.
And like all kinds of things.
Yep.
Hey. Thankfully, looking a little shaky right now for Ryukusen.
Yeah, because Pogo's actually controlling just how much he can move forward.
Alright, this
Despite
should just
being
kill.
such a fast
For Ryukusen.
Stuff makes me annoyed. This is death. This is just straight up death. This is a pack it up. You got hit by a super fireball into Gatling gun.
Pogo's actually controlling just how much he can move forward. Despite
Like, I don't know if he whiffed a Graviton here or what off of the J2C, but this is not it. Super fireball plus some other nonsense would have just killed here. If you really wanted to, you can just pop OD. I have not seen either player like pop OD to like extend their leads whatsoever. Like they've all been like defensive. So now he's setting the super fireball at full screen against Bang,
Oh my god, that's you.
who can just use his drive to counter it.
And immediately burst because he doesn't.
This is just the most like, alright, whatever, dude. Like, look at this. Why did you just dash up to him? Just block. What are you doing?
Proven himself before. Oh my god, that's you.
Super Fireball. Ryukusen does not have the punish for this. That is still punishable on Barrier. So I don't think he had a punish for Super Fireball. So now he's forced to back up and deal with this weird situation. Is he gonna? What is he gonna do after this? EA or back up? You don't. You only have one seal. It's not the. Okay. So he just died. It's just stuff like that. That's just like you get like Ryukusen has a solid bang. There's no cap about that, but when you haven't played a high execution character all tournament, you haven't warmed up with them, and you switch to the high execution character, you're not going to have a good time. I don't know why Mako T loves doing those resets. You can just take the corner and then reset them with the Graviton and have it be a more advantageous situation. He's going to do it again. There it is. It's just stuff like this where it's like, this is not something that you're prepared for Kokonoes to do.
Yeah, definitely.
You're not expecting them to do this sort of stuff. So sometimes you just kind of get caught lacking. You're like, what? You're just going to get hit. It's like one of those bracket matches where, like, you get clipped at round start from a counter hit. Suddenly the round is over, and you're like, what just happened? And then you kind of don't get the mental latch over yourself. And so you just get bodied. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a Hail Mary. It's just not a Hail Mary that I would opt for.
Nice reset from Nakad.
Like, I would just stay Hakumen and just YOLO a lot more things, to be honest.
Next extra combos, I mean.
Because, like,
Hey.
that was a good bait.
That
was just a good bait. But, like, you're just
'Cause it's like gonna be
kind
hard
of putting
needing
yourself
to
like at an
either
even more
find things to say
disadvantageous
which are both
position.
burst safe,
Like even
and
if they
just
don't know the matchup, like
you
are
would
you
basically
comfortable
checkmate it
enough to
there.
operate?
Yeah, so
If I'm down 2-0, like I'm going to a comfort pick here. If the comfort pick is bang, then sure, but it's clearly not. And this is Barlow versus Mako T. So I'm expecting this to go basically exactly the same as I went last time, with Barlow's defense just winning him this set in spades, and Mako T unable to like without a preparation for that, without the preparation needed to handle that next layer.
Okay, so 6B in
And Barlow is used to this matchup as well because he has played like Science Cat a ton when he was playing a lot more BB and locals. Forcing the burst out that early is hella good. If I'm Valkenheim, I am having a good time. I don't know what the hell happened there. Barlow's just not doing anything. I'm surprised by that. But yeah, your opponent down a burst when you're Valkenheim, and now you don't have to deal with that when you like 3-touch them. Super good. He is low on wolf regen, so this has to be like wolf pressure afterwards or like a wolf throw, which he immediately attempted to do. Okay. That was... This situation is actually interesting looking. I think he was expecting himself to transform into human here, but he didn't. I don't know. This is weird to me. But either way, now is in human form. Counter assault immediately, wants to maintain momentum. Doesn't really work out super well for him. So let's peep the human form defense and see how this goes. What's the knockdown? Bunker? Yeah, okay, that's fine. 2TB. This is blocks. Like, again, this dude is not getting opened up yet. Where's the throw? Blocks the crush sugar, yeah. See how it just gets out? Like, this entire situation is this entire set is dictated on whether or not Lord Makoti can open up Barlow. Like, look at him just chilling out. And then he just goes back to neutral. He's like, all right, anyway, bye. That could have been a really good air throw, but I don't think Lord Makoti was expecting him to go for that. I was expecting Barlow to just drop down into neutral, recover some wolf gauge, and then go back in, but he just opted for it right then and there. So this is going to be good damage. Now you're in the corner. 50-50. Damn, you didn't get us, right? That burst is not super good. Barlow does have low wolf gauge, but Makoti doesn't have the meter to really play with this. You have 4 Gravitons. You've just now used your Electric Trap. So you can't really zone and wait for the Graviton. Like, to me, it would have made more sense to use 2-2B, and then you turtle up, get a Graviton or 2, and then set a Fireball. Because we saw that, like, miniature situation happen before, where Makoti set up a 2-2B around here, and this did Graviton near Barlow, set up the Fireball, and then you're just kind of fine. You just get to, like, breathe for a moment. But yeah, this burst isn't super great because Barlow's already shown pretty good neutral. So if Makoti gets opened up here, like, I mean, you're dying. You have only, like, you'll die on a trade. This is not ideal. And I know Fantas mentioned this matchup is, like, not great for Coco either, but, you know. And look at you. Look at this. This man knew. He knew. He was mashing reversal super. This is what happens when you just try to reset too much. You get the characters with reversals. You can just buffer the reversal. Why not just do it? But yeah, so we'll see if Lord Makoti adjusts and, like, maybe does a slightly safer reset and does, like, you know, jump forward barrier and then JP or something. But yeah, they get clipped at round start, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Because he used the burst so late, now that Barlow won the round start, you are eating, like, a lot of damage. Like, this is a ton to deal with. Good backdash and on the 5C. Resets into the throw. Pretty solid damage, but it's not. You only got, like, 1.8. It's just, the damage is not there. Pops OD on the 6B. You just get active flow as well. Now you got a ton of damage, so Barlow can kill in, honestly, 1 touch, depending on the hit. What in God's name was that? What the fuck? This was just a good call out. I think he was I don't know if he was expecting 2 through 6B, but he was definitely, like, expecting some nonsense with Kokonoe being in the space, and he just gets counter hit because I guess that hitbox is massive. Now he's dead because you have active flow and it's a Valkyrie with over 50 meter. This is just the easiest air super ever. Look at this.
And this should be dead.
Doop. Goodbye.
What is it? Beyblade?
You're gone.
Yeah, the wheel.
Yeah, that first game was a bit of a wash.
He already has 3 games of information, so I'm curious to see what he chooses to do with that information. Yeah.
Yeah, like again, you can't block forever. So let's see what happens in game 2. Hey,
That's all.
like again, you can't block forever. So let's see what happens.
I don't know if this round start 2-2. I don't know what this round start 2-2C is for. Maybe it's to beat like a round start 5C or a 5B from Barlow. But Barlow throughout their last set, basically only showed like backup Wolf for like the most part. So I would be expecting that. This is a very YOLO option in my
Game
opinion.
2. Hey, round start teleport. Very interesting from
Yeah. And this is something I think we're going to see a bit more often. This kind of situation where like there's a 2-6B and Barlow attempts to kind of anti-air. I think he kind of fumbled here because I think you can do 2-6C instead and that goes straight up, but I don't know if he still would have gotten hit. Regardless, Makoto kind of gets out of that situation scot-free. That was a reverse hit, JB. Yeah, I got hit by this. We all got hit by this.
I think Mikao was just trying to
All right, now we're gonna see the immediate burst or no? Caught on the roll this time. Wolf gauge is a bit low. All right. Yeah, this is a bit of matchup knowledge. You can punish that. That's minus, especially on the IB. But he didn't recognize it's Barlow gets the free 5A. All right, OD's there, so yeah, Barlow just does the back dash. You're not gonna get much out of this because yeah, this is just RPSing. Barlow doesn't opt for the EA because I think he recognized the fact that Makoto could just pop the Graviton and put themselves away. Oh, he got hit with the low, reset into the overhead. Another overhead. Goodbye. Oh, that's actually really efficient. I didn't realize it would kill on the bite, so it didn't even build up a lot of burst for Makoto. Great googly moogly. This is another round start that Barlow likes to do. He'll do like 2-3-6A. Forces crouching, that's a great hit. And I think a lot of people are expecting people to just back up and go into Wolf Gauge, but like, I'm not gonna hold you. Makoto also just got hit. Like they backed up an inch and just weren't blocking. And the right blocks double overhead. So forcing Barlow to use a good amount of Wolf Gauge, but now he's probably going to get a lot of it back with his regen confirmed. He's about like 60%. This is pretty great. Oh, yeah. I actually didn't know I could do that, but that makes a lot of sense. He did the instant overhead 5C and just 4Ds the burst. Yikes. You hate to see it happen. God damn. I don't know what to tell you, dog. I can't even be mean. Like, that just sucks. I must not have I have not seen Barlow beta burst with 4D straight up like that, but I'm filing that away for future information. Anyway, this is a good damage. It's not going to kill, though. Not enough Wolf Gauge for Beast Cannons. And now you just died because you just blocked with your face. I think he tried to mash something and he just got hit for it on the knockdown here. What do you mash? Like, well, he's blocking here. You got put in a proximity block and got hit with something. I actually don't know. I don't think the 6B was meaty. I'm just curious. No, I think it was meaty, actually. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Barlow's going to play with this. Like, this is currently a wash.
Oh my god, just jump off Wolf. He's in Makat's head now.
Okay, it's from the corner. Get some with the JC, that's a much better starter.
Alright, gets hit.
Yeah.
And this is a great regen combo. Look at that. Look at how much he regen.
He's in Makat's head now.
Okay, it's from the corner.
He had 50%.
Get some with the JC, that's a much better starter.
Yeah.
builds a bunch of it back, and now ends it with like relatively positive.
And then
All right, this is good damage, and another really good combo for regenning. So now at this point, depending on the hit, Barlow can just straight up kill with overdrive here. It's only 2 seconds, but the cannons that he would get off of it would just kill. So let's see if he gets the hit. Well, that was just awkward. But yeah, you're dead here. You're gone.
Yeah,
Into super. Doesn't even need to pop the OD.
Super and Grandpa Barlow on.
I think Makas he just doesn't know how to handle this. This definitely seems like
Yeah,
I
raw
think Makas
236B,
he
like,
just doesn't know how to handle this.
I don't know what this was gonna do. This might have been a misinput or something.
This definitely seems like a matchup.
Probably doesn't punish it though, so he's kind of scot-free.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Grandpa Barlow very strong. Caught.
I think that was the case of Valkenheim. It's just how many Valkenheims are on Barlow's levels.
But yeah, it looks like Barlow's just willing to chill out a bit more in human form in neutral. It's a bit surprising. Still an early burst.
Yeah, you can't.
I don't think he necessarily needed to do here.
Nice throw attack from Barlow as well.
Because either A, he didn't want to deal with a reset, or B, it was something entirely different. Either way, it's whatever. I guess he goes for the burst. He's been successful in neutral and has turned almost every like offensive situation into like more and more advantage. Like every offensive situation leads to Makoto either getting right to the corner, close to it, or some other mix-up that leads to the corner.
Hey guys, it's kind of hurt first now.
I don't disagree with the teleport here, but tried to be cheeky after the fact.
Hey guys, it's kind of hurt first.
Like this is already a cheeky thing to do. Oh, he got hit by the teleport. Out of the teleport. Yeah, this is just cheeky. I don't disagree with it, but it just didn't work out. Burst now on the Wolf 5C. Good trap. This is what I'm talking about. This trap is good. Set the trap, set the fireball. Who gives a shit? I'm blocking, dude. What you mean? Now you get hit by that, now you get a full confirm for it.
Can't do that.
It's super good. Punish the impatience.
Pillar will go off. That's a good starter.
Alright, I don't know what this was though. This
Pillar will go off.
definitely could have just done a bunker here. And then just taken the corner. Instead of doing this. This just is not idyllic. It's such a weird hit. Like, Barlow techs, and then I think they accidentally got Crush Trigger? Yeah, they accidentally got Crush Trigger. They were definitely just trying to barrier here. And so they get counter hit for it. Oh, what the fuck?
Chooses the no tag and gets caught again.
Wow, okay. That was pretty sick. But then it just didn't finish the combo. Alright, transition to the Wolf. Now it's pressure time. Can you deal with this? Yes, he can. Good blocks. This is super good. You've now burned away a lot of the Wolf gauge, so this is definitely the time to press the advantage. It just wakes up plus 6B.
Signs of life.
Yeah, I think out of all the games they played for, that's probably the first round he's taken.
Yeah, actually it was. Okay, the ball goes in.
Alright, gets hit by 5B.
Here, Wolf 5B.
Where have I seen this before?
Yeah, these combos are adding up very quickly here now.
Golly, let's confirm.
Here we go, what's the mix-up?
2.8, still only going to kill him like 4 touches. Yeah, there's a lot of backdashing.
Here we go, what's the mix-up?
There's a lot of backdash here on Wake Up. I think Makote's thought was that like he can backdash and then try to jump out. Or he can backdash and then like counter hit. Maybe Barlow won't be prepared for it. But I mean, he's been on point. Like he did a lot of like 5A, 5A, and then would either wait for the fuzzy jump or he would 5C.
Again,
But yeah, tries the IAD and they get a weird trade. I think that was Coco JC.
He just needs to get Valk off.
But yeah, opts for the purple throw. That's just not going to work out. That was a hard call out on the... I think this was Graviton into 236B. Yeah, he is just... He does not... Yeah, Barlow does not want to let Lord Makote breathe. 6A. Oh, that's... I think that's only head invuln now, or it might be body guard point. I forget. Yo, this is a good hit. This is overdriving to death, and he doesn't cancel an overdrive fast enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, now the situation is just weird, right? Like, you have no burst. You have a lot of meter to play with. Actually, you have your trap set, full gravitons. What does this super fireball do? Now, if I see a super fireball in this situation, I'm expecting him to just set a graviton on top of Barlow and then just try to, like, opt for, like, some mix. Which is, like, fine. It's not a fantastic use of meter, but it's something. Barlow also has 82 like meters. You have to watch for like a counter assault here. But
Yeah.
instead he puts the graviton on himself. And then sets it to Barlow. Why not just set it to Barlow?
Okay, avoids the fireball.
And then try to do a 236B in the middle of it.
Barlow.
And then he got clipped setting a trap because
Yeah.
Barlow's starting to play way more aggressively with his cannons. Because if you notice throughout this set, like, one of Barlow's adjustments is the use of more 236A, more usage of 236X in general in order to snipe Makoti for doing certain things in neutral.
Okay, avoids the fireball.
Which is just unfortunate because, actually, no. He did a trap and then just did a 2B. He didn't even like sit and block or set up a fireball. He just got hit by the 236A because he just did a 2B. I don't know if that was intentional, but yeah, it's not gonna work out. If he did like a 6A and like held it, I would have been like, all right, I kind of get it, but
Very convincing.
yeah, that just doesn't work out.
That.
Makoti just gets the hit.
Yeah, that was a great performance though. I love seeing Valkyrie. I love seeing him do things.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so that was just I'm not gonna lie, he just kind of got owned. This is just one of those things where you kind of realize that this is both a bad matchup and I think this is both a bad matchup and Barlow's defense is pretty damn good. So he just kind of gets owned in this set. A lot of other stuff going on that I think is interesting. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna start off with we're gonna review my set with Fantas and then we're going to go into then we're gonna maybe do like a 5-minute explanation of Bullet and then maybe talk about some stuff with the CFC and as of late. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, I have returned. We are back. All right. There's not too much more to. All right, so we're gonna go into this. This is Friday night's fight stream. So for Boston, we have weeklies. These are hosted by Lucky D. So this is just one of those Friday night fight streams. So this is me and Thantis, because Thantis wanted to review it. So I'll be honest, I'm terrible. I'm not always great about giving advice against me, but I think it will be fun to watch this set and kind of review and kind of go over my decision making. So, for context here on like my mindset and where like my head is for this set, this is losers finals, and this is after I lost to Ben Pie in like winners semis. Yeah, I lost in winner semi, so I got sent to losers. So I had to make a losers run. So I beat up a bunch of people in losers. Now I'm at losers finals against Thantis. If you don't know, I win a lot of my sets against Thantis in bracket. I haven't lost to him in a while. So my entire like mindset going into this set is basically like, all right, I'm just gonna chill out and I'm just like, all right, like I got this. I just can't play like arrogantly. As long as I don't like get a big head or something, like this is fine. Like the way how I play tends to just kind of like poop on them, and so I'm just gonna be okay. So that's my mindset like going into this. Is all. It's just kind of like I'm not gonna put a ton of pressure on myself. I'm just gonna play how I normally do, and it will be fine. And honestly, it was kind of a borderline, like, this is a set that I'm supposed to win, in quotation marks, which is not always a great mentality to have, because it's one of those, like, if you win, you don't care. If you lose, you feel like shit. But yeah, I'm confident in how I play. I think this should be fine. I'm just going to go out there and do my thing. But yeah. And I was also tired as hell. That's what I was going to mention. I was also tired as hell, because, like, I ate a bunch of food and I was knocked, and this was like right as I was starting to drink a bunch of tea and all that. Yeah, this was so Ben and I don't end up playing in a ton of sets because this is the way it works. Usually one of us is on commentary, and the way our production works, like we're just like on commentary the whole time and all that. We don't like rotate a ton. We did it like once for uni, funny enough, and I think that worked out well. So if we start doing it in the future, I think that'll be sick. So we can get more commentators like playing in a lot more of the brackets. But the weeklies are a funny like prime time-ish kind of thing, because that's when like pretty much everyone's in bracket and you're playing a lot of people. Some of the weeklies are bigger than like the monthlies for BB, but it's still like it's just a matter of like the people that would be playing are like on production basically. Yeah. So here we are in this set. God, I love JA. So this round start is fine. Like, I play my round starts very passively most of the time. I usually just wait to see what my opponent will do. If they air dash in, I've got an absurd 6B. If they dash up, then I'll just commit to blocking and play passively, or I'll just like try to 2B and counter poke. So he backs up with the JB. I think he was expecting me to IAD, because I IAD in a lot of round starts too. Well, like, I'll either just back up or I'll just IAD JC and say, all right, screw you, it's my turn. So I think Thantis was expecting that, and that's why he did the up back JB. And I was like, I'm chilling. So here we are, full screen. He sets the ball. This ball doesn't really do much. Like, I just get to jump over it for free, and if I want to, I can like afterburner and get like one charge and be fine and block. If he dashes up, then I can't go for like 2 charges, but like it's kind of whatever. So we're back here. I was expecting this air dash, so I like do a rising JA. This should be double snap into DP. Good Oki. So now the situation here sucks, because now you have a heat 2 bullet in the corner. If you get hit, you're gonna get hit for like 3.8, and you're probably gonna end up in the same exact situation again. This is not a 3-touch scenario. Sorry, this is a 3-touch scenario from here. All right. And remember when I said 3.8? I lied. So now you can die on the next hit if I like dump resources on the right confirm, but this is not that time. So this is just I think no, because I tried to go for the okay. That's what I was trying to do. So I actually could have killed here, You can do a slightly more optimal confirm off of this, but this string right here is just so much easier to autopilot into. But if you do direct 5C into Mikale and engage, you'll do a lot more damage because you can do more stuff off of like the pickup basically. So with this 6D OD cancel, my brain was basically like, wait a minute, if I like pop OD here, I'll just get a heat 2 like snap engage into just a kill. But little did I remember that 6D OD cancel is very weird for Bullet. You can't cancel immediately into the snap. You have to delay it a bit because of their bounce. So then I like whiff it. I also could have done piercing engage into OD, then do 6D snap, which would have been the same shit basically, because that would have killed. So I fumble the combo here, but it's fine because he's still stuck to knockdown. So now I'm just going to 2A and just stay close, and I just opt for command grab here after the IAD. Because, like, there's a lot of times where, like, I'll put Thantis into block stun, and then there's a lot of instances where he just is like, I'm just going to commit to blocking, where he, like, doesn't necessarily take a risk on defense, or, like, when he does take a risk, it's one of the few times where I, like, read it, and I just blow him up for, like, a bajillion damage. So I'm just like, oh, okay. And I just command grab afterwards. Because he was just committing to barrier that entire time. It wasn't like any IBB and he didn't like dash under. So I'm like, alright, cool. I'll just do that. So I dash up here. Kind of like waiting to see what the response would be. Or rather, like I kind of paused for a sec and then I decided to take up space. Which is good. But then Thantis just 5Bs on me attempting to like jump up and like JD or do some nonsense. Which I think was good. It would have been better for me to either look for a whiff punish or just maintain positioning and just wait out and then respond to whatever Thantis would try in terms of movement or pokes. Thankfully, he like autopiloted into 6B, so I get away scot-free. I am sad this confirmed didn't work out. But alright, we're going to talk about this briefly. So this 5B whiffs. But I recover on time. So I dash up in 5B again to like maintain pressure. Then I 2B, but he's starting to IBB. So at this point, I'm like, all right, damn, I have to end pressure here. Because, and this is like sometimes a little known fact, if you're IBing most of Bullet's buttons, like her B normals and like her C normals, they expose 1-frame gaps, and you can DP through them. And if you DP through that, you put the fear of God in a Bullet player. Because now suddenly they have to like deal with this defensive response off of what would just be a normal block string, and they have to like suddenly change their offense entirely. But Thantis doesn't go for this very often on the IBs, so I'm kind of like, oh, okay, I'm fine. So this is why I do this like 2B 3C here, right? This has a big ass gap, and he kind of just sits there and blocks. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I just canceled the Flint. He IBs it. This Flint is like minus something, I forget, but it's hella minus on IB. So he just hits me, I think, straight up in recovery. Yeah, this is definitely like in recovery, or I was planning on 2A. But yeah, so it hits me out. So now we're back to like mid screen, which is fine. I'm considering rolling out, but I'm like, wait. It's like Tsubaki can just run up 6BB. So he just command grabs me. I'm like, fine, it's not a lot of damage. He already has like a good amount of stocks. So I'm just like, alright, fuck it. Alright, I love this JA. God fucking damn it, I love this JA. Yeah. So I get hit. I be this. This is just like a high-low. She can opt for JCC here, or she can JC and then 2B afterwards. So I blocked the 2B, thank God. So I like opted for a 2B here, because I had assumed that he was just going to like try to repressure with 5B on the stock cancel, and I noticed the 5A whiffed. So I tried a 2B, he jumps back. So I'm like, oh, this is an air dash. So I JA it. I could have also opted for like 6B, but there are a lot of instances where like Tsubaki can just fall, dash up, and then whiff punish the 6B. So I opted for JA here because even if Thantis landed and the JA whiffed, I'm still in a pretty fine positioning. Like Tsubaki can JB and like maybe try to jail me, but that's not a huge deal. It's basically like less risky, and I can still put like the big deal is that I can still put Thantis in the corner and then get level 2 heat. That's like the big thing here. So that's what I do here. Into snap, dash up, 6E, it whiffs, womp womp. But I still get the pressure. Now this OD. This OD is good, but Thantis loves to like OD on 5C in particular because my cancel options from here kind of get blown up by it. So, I mean, it makes sense. If I tried to 2C after this, I was going to get smoked. But I didn't commit to it. And 5C recovers surprisingly fast. And this is guard cancel OD. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I just IAD because I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just going to run the freaking, we're going to run the lottery and see what happens. So I IAD, I try to JC, but he does EX, but he does D knife, which misses. And then now out of this, right? So again, to play back the situation, I'm expecting I'm half expecting a hammer, so I try to dash up in 5A. I might have also been expecting him to dash up, so I 5A, it whiffs. I'm like, all right, whatever. It cancels into 2B, and I just start repressuring. I'm not trying to commit to like my staggers here because I'm worried about EA. So I'm just like, screw it. Like I want to bait out an EA pretty badly here. So I go for this. This isn't really like a true left right, but I get this. The JA whiffs, that you can fuzzy off of that. It's pretty fucked up. But I get my 2B anyway, so I can now restart pressure. Attention pops up, so Thantis is going to pop active flow soon. But yeah, now he's just IBing shit out of this, so I'm just blocking. And then I bursted here. This was not really a good burst, I'll be honest. I think I wanted OD, and then I got counter hit, because you can notice me like blocking the hits preceding this. It was either that, or I was just really mad, and I was like, fuck you, actually. I'm going to burst and kill you now. I tried to bait out a DP in the like worst way possible. This is just not a good DP bait. Look at this shit. Tsubaki DP is dummy active, and it's kind of big, so it just I just get clipped by it. I should have just blocked it and dealt with the fact that he was going to have RC or dive. Like, it's really fine. So he dives and doesn't even need to spend the meter on RC. Now I get bonked with 6A and die. Not very smooth. Yeah, and I'm just blocking our outside until I guess I decided not to. So here's a funny situation here. This is 0 on block, but I have a 6-frame 2A. So I get to mash afterwards and take my turn back on 2-2B. Not many characters get to do that. So I'm kind of just waiting on like a response from Thantis, so this is why I'm just ending pressure on 5C. I'm basically just waiting to see what he's going to do. And because he's like respecting my pressure so much, like not even backdashing or anything out of this, like I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to stay in and just wait till you get like hit by something. I go for the 2D here, but I'm like in a pretty good situation. So I 2B his 2B attempt. It's 0 on block, if I remember correctly. Outside of when I don't have a heat level yet. I can double check this real quick. Yeah, this shit is 0 on block with no heat, and it's +4 when I do have heat. So yeah, like I'm just plus in this situation. So I'm like, alright, so I'm like, sorry, I'm 0 in this situation. I'm like, my 2B is actually pretty damn fast. So I just smash 2B, and he like respects it a lot. There's no like other response coming out. There's no fuzzy jumps or anything. There's no IBBs. I'm not getting pushed out, so I don't have to dash up the repressure. So I'm kind of just free to do whatever I want. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm chilling. I get a counter hit. I just go for a counter hit confirm. I had no reason to actually. Okay, yeah, that's why I did crush trigger. One thing the bullet players don't do nearly enough is use crush trigger. This crush trigger is so fucking good for confirms. If I did 3C into capture here, I would have not taken Thantis to the corner, and I would have had to take a shitty knockdown. But instead, because I'm spending this 25 meter, I'm also generating active flow while giving myself way better Oki and a level of heat. I didn't cancel into this. I have no idea why, but no cancel JD gives me the most frame advantage, so he rolls himself into the corner. I'm like, all right, bet. So I'm just waiting to see whether he's going to dash up or jump. I see that he jumps, so I ID, I jail. He barriers. I think he IB beat it straight up. So I get pushed out way farther than I was expecting. He IB beat me, and I canceled into 2A way too fast, so I just get pushed out. But I'm like, screw you, and just dash cancel, and then go for the... I dash cancel 5B. This is a hella minus. So again, this is another situation where if you just mash, like, you'll beat out bullet. The problem is, do you want to deal with a staggered 5C instead, and then eat that counter hit damage? Because you will eat, like, you will eat 6 to 7k just off a random hit. This is the only reason why, like, bullet's pressure, like, can be functional. It's simply because the counter hit damage is, like, immense. So anyway, he's scared, and, like, he's been pretty passive with his defense so far. Like, he's just kind of sitting and IBing, and it's like, all right, cool. But there's no challenges. There's no fuzzy jumps. So I just dash cancel and command grab. And after command grab, I catch delay text for free. Like, this 2A here is, like, I'm not thinking. Like, you 2A here, and if they delay tech, it will catch it. So I just catch it. And now I get to get a second level of heat. The thing is that this command grab without heat is, like, okay. It's just, like, it's like 1,000 damage. It's, like, a lot better when you can RC it and then, like, confirm into heat. But without heat, command grab's, like, alright at best. But yeah, now I have 2 levels of heat. And I'm building up active flow soon. He backdashes this situation, and I guess I just recognized it. Yeah. I just kind of looked at it and went, oh, sick. And then 2A. I didn't even meet him. It's funny. So yeah, I get my damage. This is a double snap. This is 3k off a 2A confirm, and now the next hit will kill, and I see that he has burst. So at this point, I'm like looking to bait out something. So I can do this weird-ass double jump, which I don't really agree with. So see how that's a fuzzy? That's a little fucked up, huh? Peep scheme. All right. Let me let you in on a little secret here. If I charge my JD, it'll hit a little differently. I don't know why it happens, because drive mechanics are the weirdest things ever. But if I hit you like this and I bounce high enough, I get to throw it in air normal. And if you try to block, you're still at block stun. So if you try to crouch like a sane person would, you're going to get fuzzied. The trick here is that JD is not an overhead. You can just crouch block it. It's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. This shit is just, you guard everything. So you just crouch block it, and you'll probably hit lower or something, but yeah. Double snap is, like, slightly character specific. Like, just, it's one of those things that you just kind of get used to. There's a trial that, like, shows the double snap. But yeah. Anyway. He gets hit by the JA here, but I can't confirm off it, but, like, it's still basically my turn. So I dash cancel here, and I was like, this wait is super weird. I think I was half expecting him to just do something, and I was like, I'm just going to wait. Maybe an OD or something, so I just don't do anything, and then I 2A and get a counter hit. I don't have OD. I can cancel into 5B and attempt to, like, beta burst, which I don't do. I just opt for this confirm and then fuck it up. My brain, like, stutters here. Realistically, like, this just kills. Like, you just do snap into engage, and then you, like, RC, and then you just do another burst bait if they're not dead. Or you just do snap into super, but he, like, did a DP here. He did a DP RC, so I'm like, well, that's sick. He doesn't have meters for stocks. If I recognized this, I would have mashed on this. But I didn't recognize the fact that he, like, couldn't cancel in the dive in this situation, or, like, the dive would, the dive counter hit would not have meant much, basically. Because, yeah, he would have had to do D-dive on block. Or RC and just do a raw dive, which is also weird as shit. But yeah, so now I'm like, alright, whatever, I have meter, I don't want to block you, so I'm gonna kind of, Jesus fucking Christ. So, like, I actually don't want to block, I just counter assault. I have active flow, I'm kind of chilling. So I dash up, I do a double dash, and then I catch the back dash. I have no idea how the fuck I got this read. I just kind of knew, I guess. I have no idea if Ben's looked at your 9 guide. I don't know. I don't DM him really like that. I don't DM people in general very well, so I'm just slow with that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, anyway. So I get the illest read, and then I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna cancel in and just whatever. And he didn't burst. I think he was expecting me to burst bait and wanted to get away with it for free. So I'm just kind of chilling. 5e is good. It's not like super comical. The big thing about it though is that, like, the hitbox at the tip can get low profiled a bit. So there are instances where you can, like, you'll, like, kind of crouch and you'll actually just duck it straight up. Bullet 2B is the funny haha button. Alright, this is, what a sick delay IAD. What the fuck was I doing here? So I see him do nothing, and then I guess I thought he was going to just sit and maybe, like, 2C and I would block it in time. But we get this like really weird trade off the 5B, which is a well-placed 5B. Yeah, air tech, and I'm kind of fine. And again, I'm chilling out. Like, I take a command grab. I'm like, whatever. I'll just delay tech. I didn't cancel into 5C here. Otherwise, I would have confirmed right. I have no idea how I flubbed that input. This is just 5C, 6C into, like, JD Oki. But he doesn't do anything, and he falls for the... This is not real. If I do 6C and you block it, you should just throw out an anti-air. Because I have to jump back. Because this is a humongous gap. Like, that is not a safe string at all. You just literally just autopilot an anti-air. If I jump back, because 6C is weird, like, I'm going to jump back pretty far, and I'm not going to be able to counter poke. You do, like, one, like, Tsubaki here could just throw out A2C, see if it's a counter hit, and then go from there. Or if it 2Cs and it whiffs, it's like, whatever. You just go back to neutral. Anyway, so he blocks it, so now it's my turn again. And now he finally DPs. But I kind of just don't care. So I crush trigger. Again, this is building up active flow, and it's a good crush trigger for, like, backing up. I chase on this situation because I just read the roll here. And I love doing double dash up command grab. I just love doing that shit off of people's rolls because I think they expect you to, like, try to, like, catch them with a normal, and I just say, like, oh, screw that. I opted for regular throw here to be a bit greedier because the reward is better. Because if I get a regular throw, then that means that I get to combo off of it and get heat. But because that is not, because it's a regular throw, you know, it gets, like, text, he gets the tech. But yeah, Bullet 2B is definitely a fucking mirage image. Anyway. So he just does a 3C here. I mean, he gets himself in, like, mid-screen. I was expecting him to smash something after the fact to do the 3C follow-up. I should not be nearly as scared of it, but every time I see Tsubaki 3C, like, it triggers just, like, a fight-or-flight response in me. Anyway, so I get hit by the 5C, but he doesn't confirm into it, thank God, so I'm kind of chilling. I get smashed by the 5B here. So if you look at this situation again, right, I should have done 2B. There is literally no reason I click 5B instead of 2B. Because if I 2B, I low profile this 5B, and then he eats shit. There's no reason for me to 5B here. Actually, there is a reason for me to 5B. The 5B here would catch a jump attempt. Because it would have been just in time. It's either 5B or, like, 6B, depending on the exact timing and the kind of scramble situation I'm in. But he just opts to plant his feet and just counter hits me with 5B. So he can sideswap off of this, but he just drops the combo. But yeah, like, again, like, I do a no cancel off the 5C here because I'm, like, half expecting OD, and if I draw it out of him, it's like, all right, nice. He doesn't get to kill me off an OD confirm. I just have to not get hit by something goofy. And I decided to just say, actually, fuck you. I'm just going to go for a hit. And he counter assaults. Thank God. So that means that I just get, like this counter assault is, like, super sick because, like, realistically speaking, after this 2C, there is no cancel that I can do here that's, like, really idyllic. If I go for, like, I forget whether, I don't believe the Flint is gapless here. He could have just gone for, like, a DP and then just done D-dive if I decided to block after the 2C. Bullet 3C is, like, are you talking about Bullet 3C or Tsubaki 3C? Tsubaki 3C is kind of funny. Bullet 3C is a case of, like, a minor detail making the move, like, really weird and not as good as it would have been. Because the body invuln runs out 2 frames before it becomes active, unlike any other move with, like, that kind of invuln. Anyway. So it trades more when it doesn't need to. And the counter hit stop is big, so when you try to, like, do a 3C snap, it won't work because they're stuck in counter hit stop, and so they don't fly up into the air as fast. Don't ask me why. Or actually, please ask me why. I fucking hate it because I drop a lot of counter hit 3C confirms. Because 3C is a fatal counter. Anyway, I do the same, like, crush trigger, like, confirm here. Because this now will put him in the corner. I am building up active flow and getting all this great situations. This just happens because I'm too pussy to deal with wake up options. That's really it. I, like, go for this. I, like, 2A. I'm like, oh shit, he did a delay tech, and I don't do anything else, and I just kind of stand up and get I get hit with wake up throw for my, like, indecisiveness. But it's okay because I get a fucking dumbass JD anyway. This is just a funny haha situation. So, in this spot, you can just air throw Bullet. Like, if you think she's going to forward air tech into JD, you just throw, you, like, jump forward, you jump out of the corner, and then you just throw a throw, and you'll catch Bullet, like, in her JD animation. right? Like, this is a not uncommon scramble sequence that happens with me. But because he just, like, kind of tried to air dash back out, which also doesn't work in this situation, like, he just gets clipped for his trouble. Like it just does not work out super well. Also, hey, Jibko, what's up? No, I don't have to do a delay DP cancel the BCA. In reality, Bullet can just delay 3C, or she can just 3C, and then, what's I'm saying? Yeah, Bullet can just 3C, and because it has body invuln, it'll actually beat out counter assault. It's a really good, like, hard call at the counter assault, because you get a fatal off of it, and it's a ton of fucking damage. Anyway, so he air dashes, which you should not do in this situation. So now he's eating shit.com, and this is 3.7. I lied, it's 3.9. Never mind, I just canceled in the super because I wanted the Ogi. So this is just a Flint, and I'm just going to wait and see what Thantis does. And he delays into OD, and I'm like, alright, well, like, I'll do party time. But he does a raw I don't know why he did a raw crush trigger here. What the fuck was this? He did a raw crush trigger, I didn't barrier, so I just get hit by it. This is dumb. So I'm just blocking because I'm like, I don't want to commit. I don't want to throw this game. Like, fuck it. I have the life lead. Like, let me just do very non-committal pressure. And then I do a dash cancel when Tsubaki has mad meter in resources. This is so risky for me to do. Like, you got to understand that if Tsubaki opts to do, like, if Tsubaki gets NIB here, this is a free DP into D-dive. Into Lamau, you're dead. This is a bad idea for me to dash cancel here. But because Thantis is playing pretty passively, I'm just like, fuck it. And I just repressure. 5C, no cancel. Like, 2C, no cancel. Like, he's just blocking. I'm not scared. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just going to do my offense. And he counter assaults me out. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll, like, let you go into neutral. I don't want to deal with blocking ball into, like, 2B or 6A. I'm just like, fuck that noise. So I just back up and I just flint. Like, in this type of situation, like, I don't like to go for drive. Part of my gut wants to just do a raw Mikale, but Tsubaki has no reason to not just dash up and crouch it. So anyway, this situation happens, and I'm like, all right, it's Tsubaki with 5 stocks. If she does a, like, charging star, like, I can get fucked up. But he's also a little too far for it. If I set this Flint, or if he's faster on the, like, this is basically, like, who's faster, who's the quick draw here? Because if he did this, like, as I was falling in recovery, I would have gotten smoked. But I get my Flint out just in time. So I end up catching him and smoking him for it. Bullet's dash cancels are -9. They're like -9 or -10 by progenitor, is what he defined them as. They're mad minus. Like, you can mash mad shit on, like, a dash cancel. It's the only reason why I will do a dash cancel is either, damn, I'm far and you're committing to barrier to push me out, so I don't think you're going to challenge, or I'm like, yeah, I just kind of want to go in for, like, a 720 setup here. Like, 5B, like, dash cancel 720 is a pretty common, like, sequence. But again, you can still mash before I even do that. Yeah. Like, they're not very... Yeah, it's just a situation where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go for this thing. Anyway, so I got that. The DP wouldn't hit me. If I did 5B dash cancel? Or which DP are you referring to? I'm not too sure. But yeah. Either way, moving on. What? How did I get this hit? This round start must have been funny. Yeah, so this is a round start. We both just jump, and I'm like, okay, and this is a funny round start. So I think I did neutral jump expecting Thantis to, like, dash in, and I was just gonna, like, JC on landing. But because I'm anxious about Thantis, like, careening in with a massive fucking JC, I decided to just land. And he did an air dash in, so I'm like, alright, sick. I'm just gonna 6B it. Like, even if he went for JC here, 6B head invuln starts mad early. So, like, it's just so I'm just chilling. Yeah, 5D Sway Dash. I don't know how fast Tsubaki DP is. Tsubaki DP is, oh, it's 10 frames. Damn, that's crazy. But yeah, like, you can just mash the 2A there anyway. So it's like a thing you can do. I'll test it out real quick on the 5B dash cancel, and we'll double check to be sure. Anyway, I get this 6B here. This 6B is godlike. And so I just go for snap in the flint because it's just like I could have done Mikale in the flint, I guess, and I would have been able to do the dash up and like carry to the corner, or I could have done DP in order to like get my safe jump. But I just wanted, but like I was just in the mood to do snap flint and just meaty with the fireball so I can dash up for free and then poke, which is pretty cool. But he IBBs it, and he IBBs the 5C and the 2C. So you see how far I get pushed out. So I go for charge flint here, and then I just say, all right, well, fuck you. I'm going to 6D. So he didn't know it at the time. And I guess this is just not clear, but bullets invuln on drive normals only is for 5D and JD. This is not in. This only has foot invuln. 6D and 2D only have foot invuln. They do not gain full invuln in heat. So I just go for the 6D here. Now, does he block it? No, he does not. You're gonna get taken to the corner for like 4K. That sucks. Sorry, almost 5K. This guy just fucked up, huh? Anyway, so now I'm just chilling. I safe jump. He loves doing delay tech. He just loves doing delay E tech. You can like 2C it, and then but it won't force like a soft knockdown. But like I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like I just get to meet you afterwards. It's like 2B. And again, there's like a couple of like IBBs here. I just really wanted the 720, I guess. Wow. So yeah, we're back at neutral, and I'm kind of just waiting to counter poke on something here. Like you'll notice that like I'm just kind of waiting here. I like dash under it. Let me tell you, bullet dashes are like not good, but damn are they fast. So you can do them. So you can use them in situations like this to like dash under a lot of shit, and you'll sneak past a lot of people. So I 5D here, which unfortunately does not counter poke. This would have been a cool decision if this was like CPEX and the drive circle was big, but we're not living in that world, thank God. So this is also like mad minus. This is still minus. This is like -5. Double check this real quick. I don't want to do that. Don't do that, Dust Loop. Yeah, this is -5. It doesn't matter how much heat I have. This is -5. It's just that like after a 5D, bullet a lot of times can 2B, and if you try to counter poker, I'm usually at like a funny haha spacing, so I get to just counter hit you for stuff that people would normally throw out at this range. So I autopilot into the 2B here, but Thantis just jumps over it and gets a free JC for this. So now I'm taking it in the corner, and I just have no idea what I'm going to do. I roll out, thank God. He doesn't call it out. I use Flint. And this is kind of emblematic of like a situation that I think is interesting where Thantis and I have talked on this a lot. And I can't really tell if Tsubaki getting stocks here. So originally I was like, yeah, just charge your stocks if I'm going to get heat. Like that's a fine like thing. But nowadays I'm not as sure. Because I get free, like, Heat 2 from this. Like, he's just doing all this, like, jumping and doing that shit. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm going to get Heat 2. I have 15 seconds left. Don't get hit, please. He dashes up. I do a flint. Y'all have seen Street Fighter before. I should not have done the second flint here. I should have seen him dashing and just opted to either dash up and throw out a normal and try to wall him out or something. Because this is free. Because Tsubaki's just fast as shit. So then I get hit again for it. Because I'm just a greedy little hoe. Anyway, so now this D-dive, this is 6C banana phone. I don't really give a fuck about this shit. I'll block this all day. This is plus, so now it's like, alright, it's party time. This OD here is pretty funny because it's not a 50-50 like how most people think it is. A lot of people are assuming like, alright, like, cool, like, if I had 50 meter, this is still not a 50-50. Like, a lot of people are, oh, okay, like, I can 720 here, and then you die. But if you jump, then you get hit by snap. You actually just jump forward, and you're fine. Like, this jump forward would have beaten the snap attempt. So I opt for EA. He just blocks it because I'm like, shit, that's crazy. Thankfully, it's an air block, so I don't die for it, and I block the 6B. I probably, like, counter assault really soon here. No, I DP'd. God damn, my reactions are nice. But yeah, that EA was not really a great choice. But I DP through the knife. I take the corner, charge up a thing of heat, and now I'm just kind of chilling. He pops OD. I was alright with RPSing on that, and I just lost it. That's really it. There's no reason for Tsubaki to not really go for DP there, but I was like, fuck it. And I hate this situation. I hate this a lot. Thantis is always like, I'm not a gorilla, this, and that. Fuck you, bro. You did this shit. I hate this with all of my heart. I also have no reason to not block high here because there's no special that's a low here that he can cancel into. So I just get bonked here because I just forgot. Nah, I just get hit. Like, even if I blocked it, of course, like, he gets plus frames and he gets to do stuff, but realistically there, I should have either DP'd or, like a nutcase or just block high. I get the counter at JB and I just don't confirm off this. This was pretty sick. I threw out a 5B here because I was half expecting Thantis to want to dash up with something. So he backs off and I'm like, alright, cool. I super jump, delay air dash. And then I fall down with a JB. I'm actually shocked I went for JB instead of JC here. But either way, I counter hit him. I don't confirm because he was not low enough for the 5. He wasn't as low as I thought, so it just whiffs. But I still dash up, and now he's in the corner. I get counter hit 2C. Shout outs to that shit. This is double snap if I'm not a... Oh, I just fumbled there. Yeah. I guess I decided to no cancel for some reason. He backdashes, I react, and then catch him with the second 2A, so now this is just a good amount of damage. I like opting for the engage here. Not a lot of bullets will do it. They'll just take the heat, but I think this is like a really good damage increase, and I can still get my heat back for like a good bang for my buck. Like, consider the following. Like, if I canceled in the DP, that's like maybe 1,700. But now because I went for all of this extension, this is like 1,000 more damage, and the Oki is still fine. Like, I lose my safe jump, but Thantis just doesn't DP like that. So I'm just like, whatever. I backdash on the delay tech, and I'm like, alright, sick. I get my 2B. He IBB, so I'm like, shit. I'm kind of like backed up, so now I have to like not cancel into 2C really. So I just end a lot of pressure on 5C. I notice that he's like crouch blocking a ton, and he's not really doing anything, so I go for the whiff 5A throw. You know the vibes. Confirm. So this next hit basically kills if I didn't fuck up my snap. Just kidding. The next hit still does kill. I just mess up here on the 2CC. I like doing this a lot because I like... A part of my brain just assumes that he's going to like instantly go into EA and then I'll get to do this sick looking like IAD JD sequence. He doesn't do that shit. And if he just did 2C here, I would have gotten smoked by it, by the 2CC. So this is not a great decision. Thankfully, I didn't do JD. He whiffs a throw, but I don't micro dash, so it just whiffs. That's unfortunate. Now it's kind of a scramble situation. And I'm just kind of backing up because I'm like, all right, well, you got a bunch of stocks here. I don't want to deal with your shit. These are just really good like reactions for me. Again, I'm like expecting a DP here. And then I get hit by it because he didn't do it off the IB. I was like, what the fuck? I think I wanted the 720 here reversal, like as a fuck you. I was definitely thinking of doing Astral at this point, but I just get clipped by the air throw. That was a really good air throw. A lot of times, and this is like a personal fault of mine, I like jump forward and barrier, but I don't jump forward and throw OS. So when people jump towards me, I just get clipped by it. I'll input the throw tech, and I'm still holding barrier, which is just not good. Anyway, so I get hit. He counter assaults out. God damn, that was a nice ass air throw. Holy shit. I don't know why I did this. I think I was just expecting him to do something here, and I just wanted to just be in the air after this. So I just did like a dash jump, and then I was like, oh, I can actually air throw it, and that's like burst safe. So I air throw the shit out of him. I probably could have done just Astral there, but I was nervous, so I just did snap. Anyway, so now we're in the last game. Or potentially last game. Spoilers, this is the last game. So in this situation, what did I do here? Yeah, I tried a 5B, he just down backs. He didn't commit to anything, so I dash up now. Now I tried to dash up 5B. I get clipped by JC, but he's unable to confirm, thank God. And I just do this weird-ass JD that hits. I did the engage to keep him in the corner, but I think it would have been better if I just did dash up Flint. And god damn, this dash is so fucking sick, dude. Like, this is like a Melty thing. This is what I got from Melty, is that, like, dashing out of the corner and stuff is super, super cool. So I started doing it way more on Bullet. I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to point out, so this 5B 6A, 6A actually has, like, really good range for some godforsaken reason. If he didn't barrier, he would have gotten hit by the 6A. But because he barriered, I'm out of range for it. So I do a JD here. This JD is not great. He could have just jumped up and air thrown again. It's why I think in scrambles where like Bullet air techs here, you should just air throw her a bit, like when she's showing a lot of like just autopilot JDs. But Thantis just respects it a fuck ton because he just doesn't want to deal with like a dumbass situation or me like holding the JD. So he just barriers instead. And because I noticed that, I dash and then take the corner again. I jail him. Accidentally side swap. And then at this point, I'm like, oh shit, right? Like I get the command grab here, and this is again, it's only 1,000 damage. It's not a lot, and I don't get any resources for it. Like, it's just congrats, you got a command grab. So I'm not expecting Thantis to like roll towards the corner. I'm like shit. Like I want to maintain good positioning on the screen, so I'm gonna IAD. He also rolls backwards, so I react and then JC. And I don't know if he just didn't barrier on time or what, but he just gets hit by it. So I'm like, all right, sick. Now I'm just gonna confirm into like heat. I snap because I guess I wanted to put him towards the corner. In reality, it would have been fine if I just like. It would have been fine if I just did a DP ender. I didn't really have to do this snap here. It's kind of extra. But yeah, he backdashes the 2B. And then I do a counter assault. If he no cancel, I would have gotten smoked here. So this is another situation where it's like, all right, I'm just going to JA because I'm half expecting him to try to air dash to get out of the corner. He doesn't, but because I recover on time, I still get my JA, like a second JA out. But I don't confirm it. So it's this weird situation where I was not expecting that to hit. And I didn't just double jump into like JA, JC, or like I didn't double jump into like an air confirm. So at this point, I'm expecting an air tech, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to, like, super jump. And at this point, I'm just going to, like, stick myself in a position where, like, for like, a forward tech, I'm just going to air throw him. Like, I'm going to be fine. So I super jump. He techs. And I'm like, great. I'm still, like, he super jumps. Sorry. Let me rephrase. So he gets the air tech. I'm like, sick. I'm just going to, like, super jump, and I'm going to chase him. So I super jump, double jump, and then I get this air throw. So now I get to put him in the corner. So now it's like a ton of damage. This I can't kill here. Like, even ODEA won't kill. And it'll take him out of the corner. So I'm like, fuck it. Like, I'm just going to do, like, a basic ender. He does, like, a hammer, and I just react and just DP'd him. That's really it. Anyways, next round. So at this point, I don't know what the fuck I decided to do. Yeah, I just down backed and just saw the whiff 2B. So now I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to chase. So he air back dashes. I try to JB because JB is a cheater button. Look at how I recover on time, and then he just whiffs the 5BB. And I just stand still because I was expecting the 5B to, like, put me on block stun. But I was just out of range. So I just stake my turn instead. I'm like, all right, sick. Again, this 3C is hella unsafe, but because I've done so many stagger 5Cs, and Thantis is so scared of it, and he, like, rarely DPs out, I'm like, fuck it. I just 3C. I do a raw flint, which I think frame trapped him, or he was trying to jump. And so I go for the JA, but I put myself in the corner, and I dash up command grab. This is a sequence that I do, like, semi-frequently. I decide to go back into the corner, and then check for the delay tech. Again, this is a free check. And then it whiffs. I'm like, all right, whatever. He goes for DP, and then I 5C too fast. Here's what should have happened. What I should have done is recognize the whiff, pop OD, and then murder him. This would have been like 7K, almost 8K, and basically would have like nearly sealed the round. He would be at such a disadvantage that like I would be chilling out, and it would just be like he would have to play out of his mind basically. But I fumble the bag. But no, have no fear, I'm still here. I don't get the crouching confirm into 6C, so I have to spend the meter on Crush Trigger in order to get good Oki and the heat up level. So I go for 2 heat up levels because I just want to kill him in a few touches. I go for the JB here. Thank God for 5B recovering in time. He does shield charge into nothing, and at this point, I'm just kind of willing to chill out for the most part. Like, I'm like, all right, cool, I'll block. I think I was expecting a 2B here or something, but he just opts for the 2A. I try to RPS afterwards, and I just get hit. There's really nothing to it. But now I still have heat 2 and 20 or 30 meter to spare. So I just take the blue beam. I'm like, fuck it. I'm actually shocked that this didn't hit me in this sequence. Because normally this is just a 2CC and you get smoked because you don't get your barrier out and you get hit. And it's really annoying and frustrating. It makes me mad. But I still managed the 2A, thank God. I do 2B, 3C. Again, these 2B, 3Cs are not safe. Like, I'm doing them a lot. You can mash on that. I dash up and command grab, and now the next touch will kill. I don't know if I go for superhero or not in order to take the Oki and to, like, kind of checkmate a bit harder. Alright, so I just went for a safe jump here. Oh no, I called out the delay. I called out the delay tech with 2C. Again, this is not a soft knockdown. You can still delay your tech after this shit. I was like, all right, whatever. So I kind of like up back. This is like not a clean sequence, but I mean, I get the hit and kill. There it is. But yeah. So that's like basically how that set went. Hopefully that's illuminating in some way. I don't know if it will be, but like, yeah, that's what's going on there.